In the quiet breath of dawn, where the river's whispers flow, find a place to rest my mind in the balance life bestows. Distant stars echo in the heart's domain. Every beat a perfect pause. In this dance we can reclaim harmony in every step we take. With each dawn a new life to wake. Fundamental beauty in every word we say, holding on to balance every day. In the sunlight's gentle touch, feel the warmth and harmony. Where the oceans meet the sky, that's where I want to be. Whispered winds and rustling leaves, nature's song our souls receive. Every note a gift of life, in the balance we're alive. Harmony in every step we take. With each dawn a new life to wake. Fundamental beauty in every word we say, holding on to balance every day. Words spread like biological warfare, hit the mark with truth or dare. Conversations twist and turn, in the fire our minds burn. Thoughts like rivers always flow, adapting to the highs and lows. Ideas sparkle in the night, they guide us through the murky light. Spill your guts to your bartender, build a bridge in all its splendor. Talk I was thinking about creation. One small seed changes everything. Through the force of latent promise, creation spreads its wings. I was walking through the country. I came upon a single tree. I took rest underneath. With every rivulet and tributary, the tree became the sea. Bathed in creamy twilight, the smell of the stars came over me, lifting me to a higher degree. Opened eyes, see the star wheel turning. Around and out I lust for learning. Oh, the crown connects to wisdom, the circle, the amorphous as dusk turns to dawn. I was thinking about Mother and the influential universe. Though she's often misunderstood, you'll know more in your second childhood. See the mother dancing in a circle, bathed in creamy twilight. The smell of the stars came over me, lifting me to a higher degree. I was thinking about Mother and the influential universe. Though she's often misunderstood, you'll know more in your second childhood. In agony, the bells do toll, the body rise, the spirit groans, the deacons load up the syringe of holy cause, of holy sin. It stops the pain and takes control, frees you from the guilt you know, provides the ultimate excuse to blind your reason, take your truth. The dead do walk and spread their word. The pious weep, they've gone unheard. Redemption comes on bended knee, though it's unclear provide the ultimate excuse to blind your reason, take your truth. What you need is something strong to guide you. In agony, the masses grow. The body numb, the spirit soul. The deacons load the golden pipe. Your free will you have prescribed. The darkness deep inside of man, don't even try to understand. The broken bones, the bleeding eyes, the scorching sun, the burning skies. They painted with a golden brush, desensitized, we don't even blush. They wait like beetles on a tree, show you awful things you want.
What up, Goater? Congratulations on your Goad Star. How are you doing tonight?
The blood upon the ground, no time to mope around. Life's lost, wealth found.
Episode 3 of Eternal Strands coming up. We got some big boss grinding to do. We got some more main questing to do. I think we're going to start the day with some big boss grinding. Good, just going to go spend some time with the fam. Okay, excellent, dude. Have a great day. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Thanks for stopping in. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. Let's go.
I love gold.
I love Toot. Toot Gold? Check out that sweet new add-on on our tent. Nice little wood stove. I guess. I don't know if the wood stove was here before, but the little part on the top, that was not. We got an upgrade. Cool looking. All right, so yeah. We have to kill the Highland Ice Claw 2 more times, as well as the Ark of the Living Flame 2 more times. Well, not kill, excuse me. Harvest. So for the Ark of the Living Flame, we have to do something with his staff. Maybe I need to read that again. Great foes. There seem to be additional load-bearing loci around its body and staff. Okay, so we have to do something with his body and his staff, and then that'll put the flame out on top of his head. And then we harvest him through his quenched head, I guess. So that's where we'll start for today. Figuring out how to harvest this guy. In Upper Denevron. Would it actually be faster if we go... I think it might actually be faster if we go to the spire? Maybe not. Let's just go to Riverside. We're probably about halfway, maybe a little bit more than halfway done with this game. I think it'll only take today and probably tomorrow to finish it. I'm not sure, though. Wow, what a shot. We did get a new power that I haven't used yet, this Frost Mine. We got that after defeating the Articuno-like ice bird thing. It's actually not what I was wanting to do. I was wanting to go here. So staff, and then okay, so maybe it's the red things. Maybe we gotta, because there is a red circular thing on his staff that I saw, so maybe we just have to get rid of these things. Okay, you can stop grabbing me now. It's super annoying. Ooh, legendary. So there was one on each calf. There's one on his body somewhere. I don't remember. Is it on his chest? I think it was on his chest. I feel like those ice mines should one-shot those guys, but okay. I don't know if there's any on his back. Oh, did he just break it on his own? What the hell? I think he broke it on his own somehow. So annoying. The fire's not out on top of his head, so maybe I do have to damage him halfway? Or there's, oh, there is one on his arm. I see it. There's got to be another one on his arm. Right? If I could manipulate the camera better, I might be able to tell. Fighting the camera is part of fighting the boss, really. Oh, there's one at the top of the staff. Climb faster. Oh, there it is. Okay, that was the last one. Okay. I don't know where that mat went. I don't... Climb! What are you doing? Oh my gosh. It's so jank. There we go. So there was one on the staff, one on his arm, two on his legs, and one on his chest. So like 5 points, I guess.
Always do with a little heat.
Good evening, Donna. How are you doing? Where did that mat go from his staff? Or did I grab it? I don't see it. Oh, is this it? No, that's not it. Or at least I don't think it was. Whoa! I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Glad to hear you're doing fine. Okay, so that's one down. One more to go on him. Level 2 on our little minion buddy. Soon to be level 3. We go again. I need neck surgery. Anybody want to pay for it?
Tangles, as far as the eye can see.
They do not miss, ladies and gentlemen. Do not miss. Is the big dude even gonna be here? I don't know if he is. Oh, I see some lore way over there. We can go get that. Oh, it's... Oh, wait, I actually need this bird. And it would be a lot better to fight that bird here than on the other place.
Weavers and foreign dignitaries alike.
Let me go get this lore first, though.
Gardens were a pleasant backdrop to the
I think... So we have to take down one wing and then both of its legs, I think? To harvest this thing? Okay, let's, yeah. Oh, nice. And it's turning the thing that I'm climbing on into ice. Perfect. I might die. Oh, I can't even get this because I'm in combat, of course. How could I forget that? And I've got ads shooting me as well. Oh, silly me. Can you land, please? Thanks. Okay, so that's the one wing. Neat. How did... Okay. I don't know how I keep getting thrown off after I'm already grabbed and holding on, but okay. I'll donate one of my chiropractor visits if you like. You may have to travel. That does not sound free, but I appreciate the sentiment. Okay, that should be good. One wing, and I think it's got to be in flight. Stop with the freaking ground pounds. Holy shit. Oh, I think I heard it open. There it is on its back. Get up there. Really? Fly, please. And alive. Just do what you're supposed to do so we can end this shit. There we go. Well, that kind of worked out. I wasn't planning on farming this bird, but it was here, so why not?
Could always use more frost magic.
Okay, so now I need to go get that lore piece. Which was where? Over there? Yeah. I don't think I could take one of your chiropractor visits away from you, Donna. You need those. Come on! Climb, damn it! Alrighty then. Back to camp. Frost mine level 2. That was a lot better fighting that bird on that world than in Bastion. Or not world, but area. Oh, the magnetism. This isn't the guy we want. Okay. Guess we need to go sleep. We already farmed that guy. Where's the boss? It's... Oh, this is the ice bird, right? Yeah. All right, we'll just do him one more time. Hi, Liz. Easy. All right, so we're done with the bird.
Could always use more frost magic.
Did my purple mat fall off the map? That's pretty neat if it did. Oh my god, these guys are so fucking annoying. Oh, there it is. Okay, bye. They're like, what the hell? Where'd she go? I've been away from my game for so long that I wonder if I'll get welcome back gifts again. I sure hope so, Liz. You deserve them. Alrighty then. Doing pretty good on our farms so far. We just need one more of the big flamey dude. And then we can keep on keeping on with the main story. The first thing I see when I enter the game is welcome back to the Trailblazing Expedition. But did you get gifts? And do I take damage from this if I'm just running around? I can't remember. Oh, if you go in the super blue areas, I think you do. I do need to kill these guys if I see them, because I don't see too many of them. I think they might only be in these, I think they might only spawn whenever it's, like, super cold like this. So I should probably kill them if I see them. Alright, flamey dude is spawned. Yup, you got him? Good, good stuff. Ooh, gosh. Wasn't sure if I was gonna make that. Alright, so I think there's 5 points total on this guy. Not what I wanted to do. I was only gone for like 3 weeks. It's kind of a long time in the gaming world, Liz. Especially in a game like that. He doesn't even know I'm here. Okay, now he does. All right, 2 down, 3 to go, I think. Down. Stop switching hands. Easy. All right. All of our farming for right now, at least, is complete.
Aim magic. Unpredictable and powerful.
Let me turn the music down a little bit. Man, it gets freaking loud. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel like I'm screaming over the music sometimes. Alrighty then. Back to camp. Still far behind on the main story because of all the side missions. It's good. It's good to have a lot of stuff to do, and you'll never run out of stuff to do. All right, we got our little buddy maxed out. So I guess we can continue on with Asylum, which is the main quest we were working on last night. So we basically just need to take the Loom Gate to the unknown location. Which is the Archon's Heart. New area. Time for some exploration. Actually, crap. Whatever. I guess I'll do it later.
Where am I? Underground.
That barrier almost looks like the veil.
And the panel looks like our scribe. Anyone know what it is?
No idea.
Okay, great input. Thanks. A mysterious panel.
Similar design to a scribe, but it looks like it's a permanent installation. Like it interfaces with the room. Could this be the harness?
Must be. It seems like Asylum involved sealing away whatever's beyond this barrier.
With this discovery and everything else you found, I should be able to piece together what Asylum actually was.
Okay. So we're going back. Well, I guess I could do what I was going to do. After we see what Lane has to say. It is well documented that across the Meta, the surge was catastrophic. However, primary documents found within the Bastion are the first to shed light on what those impacts may have been behind the Enclave's veil. The minutes of a war room meeting among the Enclave's highest ranking military officials, dated in 1020, indicate that following the surge, casualties plateaued for a while before beginning to rise again sometime around 1015. 5 years later, at the time of the aforementioned meeting, the casualty rate was high enough that the remaining weavers were in danger of being overcome entirely. The exact cause of these casualties is inconclusive. It's not difficult to hazard a guess that the same natural disasters that ravaged parts of the Meta following the surge would have played a factor in the Hearthsiders' deterioration inside the Vale. Our point's explorations comprehensively demonstrate that the Enclave's landscape and settlements have been torn apart by earthquakes, and its extreme weather fluctuations frequently render its environments inhospitable. In addition, the danger of wild creatures clearly intensified the longer they were exposed to raw magic in the wake of the surge. These varied threats would undoubtedly result in casualties within a long-suffering population. In addition to this, a research paper was found within a military workshop for enchanters. Dated in 1010 and titled Observing Arc Degradation, this paper raises another theory, that perhaps the Ark's hostility had contributed to the survivors' rise in casualties. Initially, our band had pondered the question of whether the Ark's hostility was an act of defense from the surviving weavers here. This paper proves otherwise. It would appear that there was an expected and normal amount of behavioral degradation, according to the Enclave's head of defense weaving, Cornelius Trad. However, over the course of the following 10 years, the Arcs began turning against their own creators until all had become hostile by 1010. Trad believes that something sinister was at play, noting this was far more than a repair malfunction. To summarize, it is difficult to conclude with certainty which of, if any, of these factors are what led to the devastating casualties among the survivors. This is in large part due to mass censorship ordered by the Enclave's highest-ranking official, the Eye. Thus, most of the records we have found pertaining to the rise in casualties are heavily redacted. However, in a letter to the Bastion's commander, Karn Stenilda expressed concern that details of their crisis were being leaked to a dissenting group of civilians who might aspire to thwart Asylum. This detail allowed us to tighten the scope of our search significantly. So, what was Asylum? We can say with certainty that Asylum was a defensive measure that was enacted in 1026 as a response to the rising casualty rate, and that it involved sealing an underground portion of the city behind a magical barrier not dissimilar to the veils surrounding the Enclave. Given that we still have yet to encounter any Hearthsiders, it would be easy to conclude that the surviving population of the Enclave was sealed inside this barrier for safekeeping from the various threats that escalated following the surge. It is important to note that there is no solid evidence to confirm this. This could be due to the fact that Asylum was a covert military operation, and thus, the Enclave took care not to document the location of their safe haven. That would be a reasonable estimation, but it is important to note that this is pure speculation until we find further proof of what Asylum's barrier contains.
Years after the surge, there was an inexplicable spike in casualties.
You don't think it's due to the Arcs going hostile?
Well, that may be part of it, but we can't be certain due to the information blackout. All we know is that it nearly wiped the Hearthsiders out. What seems to have saved them was Asylum's execution, a defensive measure that involved sealing the underground behind a magical barrier.
Almost like the Veil.
Exactly like the Veil.
You said the casualties spiked long after the surge. Can you elaborate on what might have caused this?
This is truly the thousand-fairer question. With the information blackout, I can't find a concrete link to the cause across hundreds of pages. Arc hostility could certainly be a factor. Clearly, numerous weavers were killed by their own defenses. The recorded minutes from other meetings in the war room illustrate a long period of geological instability following the surge as well. Aftershocks and earthquakes and, well, not to mention the outskirts grew more dangerous each year as the creatures were allowed to breed unculled. but these threats seem to plateau in the early years after the surge. There is no mention of the spike that resurfaced and prompted asylum.
That's so strange.
It is.
It's got to be where the Hearthsiders went, right? Remember, the letter mentioned they were evacuated from the city.
To an undisclosed location. We have no real confirmation that they are down there.
But it would make sense, wouldn't it? After all, asylum can mean shelter or safekeeping.
It can also mean prison. I know everyone wants an easy answer to where they went, but something just doesn't add up. You would think there would be at least one document linking asylum to the evacuation of the city, and there simply isn't.
Khan Stanild gave the orders to execute asylum. Do we know anything else about him?
Judging from the series of letters between him and the commander, it would seem that, at the time, he was recently elected. And judging from the frequency with which he followed up on the commander's progress with asylum, this defensive measure was a key pillar in his political platform. He seemed to grow increasingly concerned with his popularity among civilians in the most recent letters.
Ugh, isn't that kind of slimy?
Leveraging a security crisis to consolidate political influence? Yes, it's incredibly slimy and effective.
And the commander? Do we know what happened to him?
It would appear that asylum was executed successfully, so perhaps he is still alive. But until we find the Hearthsiders, we can't know for sure.
So the Enclave didn't just hide information from the rest of the Mater, but their own people as well.
Judging from the secrecy and a few of the letters you found, I would guess that high-level officials were paranoid. Clearly, not everyone was in favor of this measure, and some might have wished to thwart it.
I wonder who they were afraid of.
There was enough civilian unrest long after the surge that the Eye was concerned about an uprising. His response? Locked down the channels of information. Still, my guess is the uprising didn't happen, or at least lacked success on a large scale. Otherwise, we would find more evidence of it.
This is all interesting, but I'm not sure where it'll lead us.
Further exploration of Denevran is required. It might be an abandoned city, but it's still a city. But Bryn, there's one more thing.
What is it?
The barrier. It's exactly like the Veil.
Yes, you said that already.
No, what I mean is, the raw magic that off-gasses from the Veil is what causes the tangles to cluster at its base. In speaking with Dharm, we theorized that this second barrier could potentially be doing the same thing. Except in a more pressurized environment, like, say, within a barrier of kinetic magic.
It's causing the floods of miasma.
We believe so, yes.
So if we removed Asylum's barrier, we could stop the flood.
Possibly.
I guess I need to find a way to break through Asylum.
Agreed.
Search for signs of survivors in the steppes in Upper Denevran. Okay, so is that quest over then? It is. Okay, so I'm assuming... the asylum is where we're going to end up after we complete all these things. But, before we keep questing... I want to go back to the first area and get the blueprint that we haven't gotten yet. Now that we can open doors and do all kinds of other stuff by torching those one things. I don't remember what they're called. we can, what's going on here? Is this a new boss? It is. Interesting. Brennig Glasstail? Well, I was not expecting. So this is the boss we have to farm to upgrade Ice Wall. Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess we can do that too while we're here. He's right up there where the other boss always spawned. And what we're here for is right in here. All right. Let's go kill us a new boss. We now have all 5 blueprints, or whatever they're called. So this area is finished in that regard.
Glasstail. On a stormy night back home, their roars echo in the howling winds.
Oh shit, he's dazed.
No chance we'll get
Easy.
a strand from that kill.
No, too weak. The only way to strengthen the power is through active harvest.
That one wasn't too bad at all. And we go back. Okay, so we just killed it. So Lane should have information on how to harvest, right? Yeah. Or maybe not. This is about tangles. Swirling with an eerie, compelling beauty, tangles are a dangerous environmental hazard that must be avoided at all costs. These physical manifestations of raw magic were first observed concurrent with the first sighting of the Veil, and both were thus given their name in a fit of poetic inspiration. Unfortunately, our Weaver Band's leader, Aurea Silverbeak, was badly wounded by a brief contact with the Tangle on our way into the Enclave. I doubt her feelings on them are quite as flowery as the Tangle's nomenclator. In the wake of our ingress through the Veil, we can additionally confirm that these localized concentrations are present throughout the Enclave and pose a hazard to local wildlife, though their ultimate source remains unclear. While this remains unknown, we understand generally that tangles are formed from an excess of raw magic. Like a storm front gathers clouds as the temperature drops, they coalesce and remain localized for some time before dispersing. Our working theory is that the Enclave's famed excess of magic, which first drew weavers to these lands, has been concentrated beyond its natural levels by the Veil. To return to the previous metaphor, it seems to have built up the raw magic equivalent of a humid environment, leading to the formation of tangles, some of which persist at all times. Others seem to come and go, like fog or clouds, only appearing when the conditions are right. So, how do we harvest that one? Native to the mountains of Don Brennig and making its home deep within the glaciers, the Brennig Glasstail is a vicious, intelligent hunter. When hungry, these terrifying beasts can freeze and consume whole herds of Krell in a single day. Our quartermaster, Casman, native to the region, notes that when pickings are slim in the highlands, Glasstails are forced to hunt in more densely populated climes. She recalls that there have been times where villages have had to set alight entire fields of crops to deter one of these mighty predators on the prowl. We have written accounts from several points who succeeded in harvesting strands from the Glasstail, and they all concur. The locust is buried deep in the mane on its neck. However, reaching this core of their magic through their dense fur is near impossible, and so the mane needs to be burned off. Uh-huh. In turn, the numerous ice shards that cover its body and head must be broken. This loss will make the Glasstail's body try to regenerate them, making its locust flare and surface as it tries to refreeze them. A final note. It seems the Glasstail needs to be stunned for the locust to truly open. Perhaps there is a way to take advantage of its penchant for leaping recklessly at distant enemies when enraged. Uh-huh. Okay.
Good morning.
Good night,
In
Liz.
case I don't see you. Good afternoon, good evening,
My
and good
goodness. You are tired. All right, well, let's go back and try to farm this bad boy. We got to burn its mane, destroy the ice crystals, and then make it leap at us so it gets stunned? It did get stunned one time whenever we were fighting it the first time, but I don't know how it happened. I didn't really see. I'm hoping that this area... Nope.
It's a good thing heat waves like this don't last long, or the plants would cook.
Farewell, food supply.
Well, I don't know if it's going to spawn here now, because it's... Yeah, it's the flamey head guy. What? Well, never mind. I guess we'll just go somewhere else. We do have some other... Oh, I forgot to check on the blueprint. We got them all there. Upper Denevron, which is... where this is. Go back to Upper Denevron, see if we can find these last two. So I think it's the two that are on the islands. Yeah. So we need to activate these islands, I think. So let's go to the spire. There might be one of those braziers, I think is what it's called. There might be one of those braziers nearby that we need to light, and then maybe a bridge will form or something. Well, I don't see one. I don't see one over there on the other side either. think we can make that jump. Maybe if we get on top? Don't want to mess with you, dude. Where's it even at? Over there. Maybe if we jump off of this. There we go. Okay. Nice. So that's Hearthguard stuff too, so I think I'll definitely craft that. And then we got one more on the opposite side of the map. Make sure there's nothing else here I need to get. I don't think so. So the other island, though, I really don't know where we'd be able to jump if we have to jump. Can't do that. I wonder if you can only get the mats off of those rocks once. don't see a brazier. Huh. I don't think we can go down, can we? Yeah, here's the... Here's the bottom of the world that we can't step on. Pretty sure.
That's as I'm pulling you.
Yeah.
Brace for it.
Neat. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a brazier hidden around here somewhere. But anytime that there has been braziers, like the bridge or door or whatever is usually right next to it. So I really have no idea how we're supposed to get over there. Maybe it's on the very top of this building? Wait a minute. I just got an idea. I can make my own ice bridge. Maybe. Maybe that's why these are here, to give you a clue. Ooh, actually, I don't know. I don't think that'll reach. No. Damn. That was a good idea, too. Hmm. I thought I had a really good idea. Well, I guess the only thing left I can think of is climbing the building. Please climb. Jesus Christ. Can't remember if I went up here before, but if I did, then I don't remember what was up here. And I definitely wouldn't have been looking for a brazier because I didn't even know what they were at that time. And we couldn't do anything with him at that time. Yeah, a lot of nothing up here. Okay, well, beats me.
End. I'm pulling you. Brace for it.
I wonder if I drop down. I really don't. It doesn't seem like something that they would want you to do, like build an ice bridge. Especially not from this distance. But maybe if I drop down, I'll be able to. Maybe I could just cheese it. Because I really don't think that that's the intended way. Just doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Can't stretch. Hold
All
on.
right, fuck it. I'm
Hold
done.
on.
Moving on. All I'm doing is just wasting resources. So, search for signs of survivors in the steppe and upper Denevron. So we need to... Let me just go back to Way Station, drop off these mats, and then we'll go on with that. Well, let me check on these. We need to craft our new gauntlets. Oh, we got the helmet too? Oh, snap. Or no, it was greaves, not gauntlets. So we got the... Oh, it was the opportunist greaves. We already have the Hearthguard legs. But now we got the helmet too. Let me dismantle the helmet we're using. Get the mats back. Feathery. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Okay. Actually, Super's not here. I'm going to put my helmet back on. She asked me to take the helmet off yesterday. But I said, if you're not going to be in the stream, I'm putting the helmet back on. So, show helmet always. There we go. All right. As we were. So we need to go to the spire. Didn't we already... I guess we didn't go in the steps, did we? I thought we did, but... Stop running. Ah, he just got shot by his own buddy. New area? I don't think we've been here. Oh, this is the steps. Yeah. We've been here. So, yeah, I assume we're just supposed to go to the officer's gate area. I think we've been pretty much everywhere else. There is a blueprint at the yard that we need to get before going into the officer's gate area. And I assume that the last one is in the officer's gate area because I can't see it anywhere else on the map. Let's pick those up while we're here. Frostbird is here. We don't need to kill the Frostbird anymore. Gotta be in there. No bird. I don't want to fight you. Please leave me alone. There it is. Frost two-hander. Ooh. That sounds intriguing. I think it might be better than the kinetic that we have. Interested to know what the right trigger move is on it. Is this this yeet 'em up into the air launch thing is kind of dumb. So even if this frost two-hander is just like it just provides frost damage, I'm still gonna craft it.
It could have been a route for Archons.
I still think that's better. Nice.
The officer's gate was guarded by arcs. Access through the loom gate was restricted.
Yep, it is back behind us. We gotta go up and around. Hi, Donna. Okay. Where are you going? What the? Making me destroy my stairs. You too? All right. I guess we're just I have to destroy everything. Get down here. Is that all there is really here? Ah. Pathbreaker headband. So we got all the schematics here now. Damn bird won't leave us alone. I'm not really sure where we're supposed to be finding the main quest stuff, because I think I've been everywhere. So... Oh, wait. That wasn't it. Yeah. We went down into the keep. We went down into the garrison. I don't know where else we need to go. And it doesn't point us in the right direction whenever I hit up on the D-pad. It doesn't do anything, so there's no clue as to where to go. It just does that. Search for signs, but where? Been everywhere. So I thought. Maybe I haven't been... Yeah, I've been up here. I should start my search at the ground level before I work to the top. I guess there's a piece of lore or something somewhere that I haven't gotten, but I don't really know why it's not pointing me in the direction of it. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna like. I guess I'm just gonna go and work on a different one because I feel like if you're not doing these in the order in which the game kind of wants you to, then you kind of just get to a point like this where you can't really do anything else. So I think I'm just gonna go back to camp and see if Dom has anything to say. He does not. Yeah, I think I just have to work on a different part of it. The Bastion. Properly named the Bastion of Fire and Frost, it seems evident that no one ever referred to the fortress looming at the edge of Denevron's lower reaches as anything other than the first part of its name. The citadel acted as a mustering point and training grounds for the Enclave's small standing force, as well as its considerable reserves. In addition to expected services such as barracks and training grounds, the Bastion's keep clearly acted as a command center for the full-time military. Numerous plans, tactical treatises, and detailed response doctrines were conceived and stored in those halls and, when fully cataloged, will offer insight into the defensively minded Enclave military apparatus. Unlike most nation-states, the Enclave's forces were almost entirely magically trained, primarily volunteers, and typically battle-hardened. The commanders and strategists had unique opportunities and challenges at every turn. Following the surge, the Bastion seems to have seen heavy use, and the plans which had clearly been most referenced were those devoted to fallback plans in case of invasion. Interestingly, some of the more heavily access-controlled tomes are either heavily redacted or completely missing. This, combined with the clear signs of a hasty withdrawal by the Enclave's armed forces, suggests that some extremely sensitive information remains to be found elsewhere in the Enclave. A fascinating proposition, to say the least. Okay. Let's check out that blueprint. Ice Slash. So I won't know what Ice Slash is until... I mean, it's got to be better than Ascending Strike, right? So I might as well just dismantle this and build the other one. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Creates a glacial trident using the wielder's magic, pinning foes then smashing down to inflict additional damage to those too close to the ice. Oh yeah, I think I'll like that a lot better. Head armor, not so much. Okay. So let's just... I guess just work on supply run. Search Envoy's Landing for a route to the lower parts of the city. Okay, yeah. So I don't think we've been to lower Denevron yet. We did see where it was. Yeah, next to Envoy's Landing. So we need to go to the Guild District and then head right. Let's test this out. Oh, dang. Yeah, that is so much better than the launch him in the air thing. All right, new area. Time to do some exploration. And it's like the boss of the area is that big thing. Ooh, big place. Let the exploration begin.
A body. Ahead. Outfit looks like our spying friends.
So, it's a uniform.
There's a note in his pouch. New drop. Market Loomgate, it says. But wait. Under his mask, he's scorched. Aurea, this looks like the wound on your wing. Only it's everywhere.
But there's no tangle there.
Could he have been caught in the flood?
Seems likely. Proof we should take that warning seriously.
I think we should look into that drop his note mentioned.
Especially if it's near a loom gate.
There's a small compartment here, hidden in the statue, already open and empty.
Is that a clue that we should check all the other statues?
I often heard that as you entered the Purge, the bustle of Denevron would begin to crescendo until it peaked in the market.
Why is it? Do the move, man.
The Tattered Mantle. I've heard so many stories of this tavern. Always rowdy.
The Undergreen. This is where the seediest of deals were done.
Denevron was hit hard by the surge too.
Perhaps even harder. It looks as though it's been ripped apart.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Careful! A sledgeworm can throw things over 3 times its size.
Ow. Holy fuck. Whee! Fucking magnetism is so retarded in this game. It's so cheap and so annoying. What the? Dude, climb! Okay. Go find some health. Enemies' attacks just snap right to your position. It's so fucking stupid. Get off the fucking rock. Yeah, we're gonna die. Sure would be nice if I could find some health. There's one. Okay, now can I find like 3 more? fucking god, go away. So annoying. Do enemies respawn? I feel like I mean, this is where close to where we started. Maybe there's just a ton of enemies that I just didn't go down a certain path. Chest is bugged. I already opened it. Huh. All right. Why doesn't she grab the ledge?
These streets running in parallel are known as the Three Sisters. Many weavers hosteled here.
before the surge, the Denevron market was famous across the Maida. Caravans left the enclave with enchanted treasures.
Rapper's tunic. Don't imagine that's going to be high in armor, so we're probably not going to use it. Alright, let's go back and see if we can finish off the boss. Hopefully it hasn't been so long that his HP has generated. There he is. Good, he didn't regenerate his HP.
My mentor used to regale me with stories about the Iron Walk after a long day at the smithy.
Artisans, metal workers, and crafters also had stands here, though the smiths were by far the few of the travelers.
Dude, dodge roll backward. Why? Sitting here cranking on back and trying to dodge roll, and she just, like, if you're locked on with somebody, the dodge rolling is horrible. It's like she just wants to do circles right around the enemy. Die. Jesus. What a burn. Yep, first time I defeated one of those dudes, so that was a Chivo. Chivo. Long, horrible day at work, no computers, so I had to do everything on paper. Then the power went out. Awesome. Sounds like a great day. Had to use flashlights at work? Wow. How long was the power was the power out? That sounds like a jolly good time.
Trover's Gate was the end of the Strand Road. Led through Forbridge and beyond the Vale.
Not long TBF, but it went out right when I started inventory and came back on right after I was done. Nice. Classic. Well, that's the end. There's a lot of enemies on this map. Pretty crazy. To be fair,
Broker's Arch, the market loom gate.
This has got to be it, right?
Same spot as the last statue.
Uh-huh.
Struck a vein, as my dad used to say.
Wait, I was half listening. Are you hurt?
Metaphor. Her dad was a miner. We've got a tally sheet of some sort. Series of numbers below. And a bunch of garbled text below that. I have no idea what I'm looking at.
I might.
I might. Oh, looks like there's a couple of blueprints right close to here, so let's go get those real quick before we head back. Neat. Holding forward, I jump. And she just takes a giant leap backwards. Does that make sense? To the left. Oh, there it is. Am I just supposed to do a big old leap of faith? Get him, buddy. Oh, get wrecked. My minion just 1v1 that guy. Well, here goes nothing. Oh, fuck, that scared the shit out of me. I thought he was gonna fall back and die. Woo! Mini heart attack. You just make sure there's nothing at the top. Nope. one is up and to the left a bit. Down underneath there. Where are you going? Get him, dude. Dude. Now that I got my companion level 3, he is a freaking machine. Trapper's Wraps. Okay. Okay, 4 out of 5. The last one is over by the Tattered Mantle. Kind of surprised we missed it, because that's the way we originally came when we started exploring, but we'll get that some other time. Let's go back to camp. Later, buddy. You're looking buff, by the way. Check out these new blueprints and talk a bit.
The Iron Walk. Hilda told me all these amazing stories, but seeing it in person, wow.
Sorry, who?
Oh, my mentor. She visited the Enclave regularly before the Surge. I apprenticed under her for a few years.
What did she tell you?
The noise from the forges made sure you'd only have the smiths and their clients around. But on an average day, some serious coin would trade hands. The Enclave's smithing culture was such a draw, it started to cause tensions with the other nations. It didn't help that the Enclave would actively poach the best and brightest. They had deep purses.
I've heard stories of that. Some of the Carnhaven masters had moved and never returned after the veil went up.
The Surge was horrible for everyone, of course, but I reckon a few smithing guilds were happy to not have the competition anymore.
Making the best of it, I suppose?
And make the best of it they did.
Okay, new sword and shield we don't really care about because we're rocking two-hander, but looks pretty cool. Flame sword and shield. Got the frost sword and shield. Torso, yeah, this is definitely heat and cold resistance armor. Very lightweight, and I am very not interested. There's the wraps. And the shin guards. Look pretty neat, but we're rocking heavy armor. We can upgrade the torso.
I've always wanted to build something like this.
And again?
If that doesn't keep you safe, I don't know what will. Good balance of protection.
Kinds of
and
upgrades. Sweet.
After last time? Absolutely not.
What a sword. Oh boy. Lots of lore incoming. Arch of Gods. Sprawling across the southern skies are 1,000 stars. Each of these, in its own way, is a god, hero, or deity that represents something remarkable to the people of the High Kingdom of Taza. Together, they are known as the Arch of Gods, a literal constellation of mythologies woven together by cultural exchange. They represent not only religious beliefs, but solutions to practical concerns, such as navigation across the sand sea. Take, for example, Urbos, the hero of the Sirocco Winds, venerated by travelers hailing from across the sand sea. He is said to have ended a 1,000-year drought, using his mighty cloak to shelter ocean rainstorms on their way to bring fleeting life to the dunes. Offerings to him are customary for those wishing to survive the desert, and during my own tour of Taza, I saw a shrine for him at many way stations. Another whose story I am fond of is that of Akatol, Akatol, a river deity whose adherents hail from the northern Tazan Mountains. The river system she is associated with runs south from the peaks into the desert. Her lover, a twinned river deity, represents a river system on the opposite side of the mountains that runs its way to the ocean. Their yearning for one another is symbolized by a unique and rare occurrence on this section of the mountain range, where the competing ocean and desert winds blow strong enough to reverse the direction of certain waterfalls. It is said that when these waterfalls flow into the sky and join the two rivers, the lovers are reunited, if only briefly. Donbrennig League. The brave people of the Donbrennig League have weathered terrible storms of both literal and metaphorical nature. From their west looms the ever-present threat of Sansa's empire. From the east, across the ocean, come winter's ice gales and summer's furious squalls. In the mountains, specialized units of Don Brennig's military, the Fracture Watch, keep a weather eye on glaciers, ready to protect against the dreaded Brennig Glasstails at a moment's notice. More generally, the armies of Don Brennig serve double duty as the protectors of their people and as civil engineers, constantly improving on ways to shield the country's citizens from its many natural perils. One can imagine, then, that the rise of the Enclave was nothing but fortuitous for Don Brennig. The Enclave's aerolith technology pacified the waters of the Meta and beyond, calming the weather to the delight of the country's citizens. This, of course, came at great monetary cost, but was considered a deeply wise choice given its positive outcomes. The Surge undid all of that and more. With all magical technology either ruined or running haywire, the Brennig people once again had to shift their focus to more practical solutions to their problems. The nation's relative political stability was a boon in this period of time. They were easily able to fend off the few weak feints Sansas aimed at them and began to look outwards. In spite of their troubles, the Brennig are a kind, hospitable folk, hungry to share their culture and wealth across the Meta. It is this urge that led the nation's leadership to found the Udean relief effort to assist in rebuilding their devastated neighbors across the Meta. This was not entirely altruistic. Don Brennig's merchant navy now holds great influence, and the effort's funds have in kind been diligently siphoned off by Udean nobles. But its efforts have improved the quality of life for both surge-stricken Udeans and the Brennig youngsters who gain valuable life experience helping those in need. Grand Duchy of Rhineland. An insular nation situated at the mouth of the great Rheinda River is a curious beast. It is unique among the Meta nations in two ways. It is both a theocratic monarchy and the only region where monotheism is dominant. In sharp contrast to their animist Alnhander neighbors, the denizens of Rhineland engage in mandatory worship of the hallowed pyre from which blazes the fire of creation. Rhineland's strong focuses on religious and cultural conformity, combined with its physical isolation from much of the Meta, make it a tough nut to crack for any would-be researchers, spies, or other various curious sorts. Outsiders are generally unwelcome the further one gets into Rhineland. In its heavily fortified capital, Dankast, any deviation from the beliefs of the Orthodox branch of the Hollowpyre Church is punishable by torture or death. With this in mind, it is not shocking that Rhineland fared relatively well in the aftermath of the Surge. They were not reliant on the Enclave's magical artifacts, nor were they affected by the localized storms and geological disturbances around the Enclave due to their distance from the Vale. In fact, Rhineland could be seen to capitalize on the chaos. The Grand Duchy supported and supplied their unruly neighbors in Calnhaven to throw off the shackles of the aggressive Sansas Empire, thus creating a valuable buffer between Rhineland and Sansas. On their other front, Rhineland made advancements in their territory in the contested lands on the southern edge of the Meta, pushing back the beleaguered Kazan forces. Now, Rhineland continues to exert pressure on its neighbors. On Calnhaven, the pressure is to convert to worship of the hallowed pyre and to pay back their mounting debts. On Taza, the pressure is simply to capitulate. Time shall tell whether both or either of these come to pass. Last but not least, the effects of trade. Our band's time in the Enclave has been full of arcane discoveries, few of them friendly, many eye-opening. But it falls to a lore keeper to observe more than the fantastic. Your humble servant will provide a more mundane conjecture than, formed from access to the remains of the Enclave's trade logs. Without the Enclave's formation, the Meta's cultures may never have blended as they are today. It's clear from various explorations into the Enclave's records and trade treaties that they leveraged their unique market positioning into favorable trade deals with every nation of the Meta. There's considerable evidence that they plied visiting dignitaries with not only the best of the Enclave's considerable services, but also sent them home with trinkets designed to win favor and potentially even allow for surveillance. With these advantages, trade moved through the Enclave's highways and ports like blood pumping through a heart. Caravans and merchant vessels alike soon found the Enclave to be a central hub for both enchanted goods and the mundane produce of the other nations. This led to a proliferation of international trade that had not been seen before. Udean spices enhancing the cuisine in far-off Rhineland, Sansa's horses in the deserts of Taza, Brennig wolves cloaking Kalnhander freedom fighters, and so on. Passenger manifests support this hypothesis, with many travelers using the Enclave as a middle point on their journeys. Of interest is a first-hand account from a Rom traveler, which highlights the growing demand for members of their founds to find employment as guards or laborers. It's not a stretch to suppose that the Enclave's rich opportunities for varied experiences were irresistible to the previously reclusive Rom communities. All right. Okay, so we do need to do some more farming if the right boss spawns. That's a little bit more talking to do here.
I keep thinking about that dead body you found.
Me too. It's hard to forget.
Aside from the obvious, what bothers me most is they didn't have a scry to rescue them. If the Hearthsiders have fallen so far as to have lost that capability, it's troubling.
An abandoned city like Denevron. It must be full of supplies we could use. Do you think you could maybe grab some things for me?
You know I'm happy to help. What do we need?
I've noticed there are more arcs in the city.
So have I.
The upside is, according to Lane's logs, the ones carrying shields could be scavenged for assault. A metal we could use to reinforce all kinds of gear and facilities. A little heat would help in prying it off the arcs.
I might already have enough of however much she wants.
All right. I'll come back as soon as I have some.
Great. Thanks, Bryn.
Tempered foes. Foes or objects that are defeated or destroyed using heat or cold are considered tempered and have a higher chance of dropping certain rare loot. Yeah, we already knew this. Also note that cold will destroy low-quality carved and forged. Heat will destroy low-quality woven and tanned resources. Eh? Okay, I don't really know what that's saying, but the first part we already knew, since like the beginning of the game.
So, spare a little rassault for a good cause?
I guess we already have enough in storage.
Right here.
Perfect. I was actually thinking it would be good to start stockpiling some Akala hide.
I might already have enough of that too.
The nights get pretty cold here, and we could use it to reinforce our tents and blankets for warmth.
I'll be back in no time.
Thanks, Bryn. Please, hurry.
No time, just like before.
Any luck hunting?
That should be enough for a few blankets and tents.
Oh, that's so great. I don't suppose you would mind getting something else for me?
Sure, I probably already have it.
Yeah, no problem. If you've still got room in the caravan.
I'm just thinking, in an unknown climate, we don't know how fast the seasons might turn here, and as I said, it gets pretty cold at night. We should stock softwood for warmth, like a lot of it, to keep our hearth lit, you know?
I Probably have that.
Oh. Okay. I'm confused. The Akala hide I just brought you isn't enough?
It's a start, for sure, but we need to be more prepared. Lots of softwood could really save us in a pinch.
Hey, I mean, preparedness is literally your wheelhouse, so I trust you. And finding treasure is mine. I've got your back no matter what.
Good. I hope it's not too much.
All right. I guess I'll be back then.
Thanks, Bryn. Come back with it soon. Did you manage to find enough softwood?
If you need more than this, the Don Brennick Pine Preservationists will come for me. Here you go.
Oh, great.
You don't sound as happy as I thought you'd be.
It's just that what I'm realizing is the Weaver Band really needs Drake scales. Like, give or take 90 to be safe.
90?
Wait, 90 Ash Peak Drake scales?
Yeah, not the easiest thing to get, but maybe instead of fighting drakes, you could find one of their nests. I think they shed, right?
Yeah, I ain't doing that shit.
Kaz, you know I'd love to spend my days hunting down drakes for you, but 90? What could we possibly need 90 scales for?
Because it's hard to explain, but please, 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 can you trust me? I just really need you to trust me.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Settle down, psycho.
Casmin, what's going on? Are we outfitting an army?
Because it's... I just think we could...
Don't you think Bryn's got you pretty well stocked at this point?
But... You're right. I got carried away. Sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks for all your help. Excuse me, I'm gonna put all this away now.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you say so. Good work, Bryn. We'll take care of the rest of this.
Okay. Everyone is just so dramatic.
Hey, Bryn. Sorry I got carried away with our errands.
It's okay, Kaz. What was going on with that, though? Are you all right?
Yeah. Sometimes there's so much to do, it's hard to keep my head on straight.
Maybe you should take a day to relax. Our ongoing disaster isn't going anywhere.
I don't know how anyone relaxes in here. What about you?
Me?
Yeah. What do you do to relax?
I've always just turned to writing or drawing to process my feelings.
Oh. What do you write about?
Everything. What I see on expeditions, our band's discoveries, conversations like this.
You write about our conversations. Are they all that important?
Sure. Why not? It just helps to get it all down on the page.
That actually sounds nice.
When all else fails, a nap always helps too.
For Ashar, maybe. As a Kashar, I don't need as much sleep as the rest of you.
Sure. But you need some kind of break from time to time, Casmin.
I'll think about it.
A dead body and a hidden cache of materials. It sounds like the start of a Skuld's tale.
All we need is a saber conveniently placed on the mantle and we're set.
More seriously, you said you had an idea about that sheet?
Remember that I used to work the trade lanes?
I do.
The dockers always wanted big loads for the cranes. But certain things, like, say, herbs, you'd only ship in small quantities. Over the years, the convoys developed a system where you'd have runners and haulers. Runners would make quick trips and bring small goods to a drop. Haulers would pack the cargo together and make longer hauls to the docks.
You think we're looking at a similar system, then?
Absolutely, I do. It's the sheet you found. That's a requisition for a runner if I've ever seen one. And note how it says Scout Group 23 here. That's a lot of groups.
Which means my mysterious observer is part of a large organization.
And an active one.
Do the items they're asking for seem important?
No, I don't think so. Lane thinks the garble at the bottom might be, but not the order itself. They're prioritizing fabricated items over raw goods.
What would that indicate?
At a guess, our Hearthsiders have lost, or were expecting to lose, production capacity and wanted backup parts.
When you say requisition...
Think of it like an order. Bread, cheese, carrots. But left at the drop for the runner to prioritize before the next gather. It takes forethought. There's necessary lag between the order going out and being filled. But any logistician worth their salt can see a few months ahead and plan accordingly.
How can you be sure the Enclave folks would use similar methods to yours?
It's centuries old. And you don't fix what wasn't broken, especially in a crisis. And from the state of the capital, they were definitely in crisis.
Kaz, I have to ask. How does it feel having this specific piece of information at hand right when we need it?
Why?
Because if we suddenly needed to know about Calnhaven ore export quotas, I would feel pretty special.
How is that a thing you know exactly?
Dad was a miner. A really good one.
Promise you won't tell the others?
I can manage that.
Then yes. Yes, it feels amazing.
What do we do with this information, then?
At the bottom of the sheet, there's that series of numbers and letters. Those would represent drop points. I did some digging with Lane, and they're referring to coordinates on a map of the Enclave that was made just before the surge. L7 is part of the capital, see? That's where you found this drop. So, I'm inferring that these other marked coordinates are just as likely to have drops.
I'll check them then.
If nothing else, we could find materials for our own stocks. But I'm hoping there's more.
Maybe where our Hearthsiders are hiding.
Also, Lane was looking over the orders and wanted to talk to you about the writing along the bottom.
More drops, and talk to Lane. Got it. Do you read a lot of Scald's Tales, Kaz?
I do, as a matter of fact. When I can find a transcription. But I'll read just about anything I can get my hands on.
Any favorite storytellers?
Eloisa Farthing. She's a local writer back home. Actually, a lot of her stories are set in Dunbrennig. That's what I like about them. No matter where I am in the world, I can curl up with passages describing our rainy summers or stormy winters. And it's like I'm home.
That's beautiful. Though the weather in Dunbrennig sounds terrible.
It is. What about you? Are you much of a reader?
Can't say I am. I'd rather live the adventures myself than read about them.
I suppose that makes sense. Still, if you ever want to try getting into it, Sola, Lane, and I have something of an informal book club on the go. We can give you recommendations.
Good to know. I'm surprised Dom isn't involved in that too.
He was, but his invitation was rescinded. The three of us would like to maintain a soothing mood during our meetups. He got too excited and spilled red wine on the pages of our first read, so...
Ah. I see.
Silly Dom spilling his red wine.
You wanted to talk about the supply orders?
Indeed. It's about the gibberish along the bottom. Notice how the writing is in a different hand.
Yes, I can see that.
We're looking at a cipher. Someone sharing encoded notes.
Any initial guesses as to what the cipher says?
Hard to say exactly, but what we know is these orders were for Scout Group 23. So let's assume there is an organized group of Hearthsiders arranging these drops. At a guess, this was an unofficial channel of information passed to those in the field.
Information that would be invaluable to us.
Agreed. Why encode text if it's not significant?
Can you give me a quick rundown on encoding so I'm sure I'm following?
A favorite topic of mine? Cipher is a blanket term for securing text so that only an intended recipient can read it. They range from reasonably simple swaps of letters to complex changes that require devices or key sheets to solve. But, as notes quickly added to supply orders, the codes we are dealing with were simple by necessity.
What's your background with ciphers, Lane?
There's something of a hobby for me. Specifically, breaking them.
A fan of knowing secrets?
More a fan of information being shared freely. But also, yes. Udean nobility relies on them heavily, and being privy to the dirty laundry of the nobles is advantageous.
You're sure we're dealing with a code and not just doodles?
While possible, it's not likely that someone would scrawl nonsense on the bottom of official orders. Why do so? To practice calligraphy? To refine their writing? Perhaps. But this is decidedly not calligraphy. Ergo, cipher.
Sounds like we have a cipher to break. I'll keep hitting dead drops.
Any code is easier to break with more samples. You can work on it like any other research project.
Yay.
Zola, Lane, what are you reading?
A book found us. It's a pastoral, though a rare post-served.
Hey, Bryn, keep an eye on Kaz for me, okay?
You're worried about her?
The last time I saw her this strung out was during her point training. I was talking to Sola the other day. It doesn't seem like she's sleeping much.
Casmin isn't someone I'd describe as easygoing on a normal day. What exactly has you worried?
Some of the things she was asking you for, we just don't need. Or at least not in those quantities.
90 Ash Peak Drake scales did seem like a stretch.
Normally she's more deliberate in her backstocking. This feels irrational.
I'll let you know if I notice anything. Don't worry. I'm sure Casmin will be fine.
You're probably right. Just keep your eyes open. She seems to open up to you more than the rest of us.
I wonder why that is. I wonder indeed. Okay, let's see if we can find a Brennig Glasstail back in Glintwood Hollow. I don't know if that's the only place they spawn, but the only place we've seen one spawn. Oh, looks like it's possible. It's icy. So, how did it say we harvest? The locust is buried deep in the mane on its neck. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, we got to burn the fur off. That's right. The mane needs to be burned off. Numerous ice shards that cover its body and head must be broken. This loss will make the Glasstail's body try to regenerate them, but making its locust flare and surface as it tries to refreeze them. And needs to be stunned. Okay. Aw, damn it. Did the Drake spawn? Son of a bitch. Well, never mind. I wish there was a way to make sure what you want to spawn spawns. Alright, well, what about a sledge worm? That one, I don't think we need specific weather conditions for it to spawn. Lower Denevron, right? Yeah. Let's go to the perch. Then we can make our way to the tattered mantle to get that last blueprint. And then try to find the boss. And for this one, in order to harvest, without the wait, without these frills, which can be dislodged along with their anchoring scales, the worm risks hurting itself with its powers, something we highly recommend exploiting. Destroying the frills should also buy time to approach and open the locus of power on the worm's tail. Okay, so destroy the frills. Could have guessed that. Is this underneath or something? Well, it's supposed to be like right here. Maybe it's all the way up top of here? I feel like I would hear the sound. I don't hear any sound. Nope, not up here. Oh, is it down there? Oh, behind the rocks? There it is. That was a tricky one. No wonder I didn't find it the first time running through this area. All right. Go find us a sledge worm.
Weaver's Rest. Said to be a common place for weavers in Lowtown to gather.
Where's the boss? That's what I'd like to know. There he is. All right, so we got to get rid of the frills. Did I get all the frills? Looks like I did. Maybe at the very tip? Jeez, so fast. How can you be that big and that fast? Ridiculous. Hey. There we go.
A kinetic strand. Wonderful.
A kinetic strap. Wonderful. All right. Just got to farm him one more time to have it maxed. Let us go back and upgrade. A kinetic strap. All right, let's do it again. Go to Broker's Arch first this time. It might be closer to the actual boss spawn. Not sure if that boss is going to spawn with this weather effect. I am not going the right way. Nope. Yeah. I think the flame head dude might always spawn whenever it's like whenever the heat effect is going on. Well, in that case, I guess. Upper Denevron Bastion. All right, I think I'm just gonna go back to camp and take a break. And then we'll continue on with the main quest. So, BRB.
Isn't that the most brilliant view you've ever seen?
I'm not in the frame of mind to enjoy sunrises right now.
Clearly.
Why aren't you freaking out? We're in unknown territory with no idea what's around the corner.
I have the best weavers in the Maida by my side. The first to enter the Enclave in half a century. And my quartermaster is devoting herself tirelessly to ensure that we're all safe. My wing's sore, but hey, nothing's perfect.
The view is stunning. Unimaginably beautiful.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Oh. I love playing video games. And apparently singing songs about it. All right. So we need to go to Upper Denevron and the Bash. Where? Hollow Pyre Rise in Upper Denevron. So we'll go to the Guild District and head left. Oh, down below. Pardon me for being rude. It wasn't on me. It was my food. It popped up to say hello. Now it's gone back down below. How do I get down there? These dudes just spawned out of thin air. I was just over here and there was nobody here. Come on, man. Jeez, so many dudes.
Should be a drop somewhere around here.
Yeah. Where is that drop? Drop down here, but where's the opening? How in the hell do I get underneath there? I don't know. Even said there must be a drop somewhere nearby, but that was when we were over like close to here up top, but I'm not seeing anything. Surely it wouldn't be down there. saved. Maybe. How am I supposed to get out of here? Please grab the...
End of the lifeline, Bryn.
So fucking stupid. At least it didn't take me back to a loom gate. So, yeah. Oh. Maybe the stairs? Jesus Christ. I've even been down here before, too, I think. Yeah, I definitely have.
Let's see. Supplies. That's good. More orders. Oh.
What's up?
Drops will be assigned to specific teams and tracked individually to deal with recent concerns.
That's boss talk for we're watching you because someone had their hand in the cookie jar.
All right. Now we need to go to the bash. What up, Goater? Welcome back, dude. You still hanging out with the fam? You done did that? You're done? Nice. How was it? Good times? Surely good times when you're hanging with the fam-damly. The whole fam-damly. You're just in time for a little story about the Sansa's Empire. By the Sansa's Empire's accounting, they are the pinnacle of civilization. According to their tales, the Empire was forged from a strong union of powerful kingdoms united in purpose and culture. The real history, of course, is significantly bloodier, with neighboring kingdoms subjugated at the tip of a blade and the cultures of once independent lands intentionally wiped out in favor of the Empire's hegemony? Hegemony? Is it? I thought the word was homogeny. Not hegemony? Whatever. The history of the Empire may be one of conquest, but its expansion came at the price of regular wars with its neighbors and regular interval strife as its component states chafed under the weight of conquest. Perhaps paradoxically, the surge was a surprisingly positive moment for Sansa's trajectory. While it directly led to the rebellion of Calnhaven and a brief and bloody coup in the capital, it also triggered a wave of pro-unity sentiment throughout the lands, tightening the Empire's social and cultural fabric. In recent years, the Empire's expansionist ideals have somewhat waned due to the influence of noble houses whose ambitions are aimed inward. However, the long peace still chafes for many. With Don Brennig to the east rising as perhaps the next great power in the meta, it remains to be seen whether Sansa's can recapture its glory days. Got a long run. Going to the keep. Going to the keep. Gonna eat a lot of peaches. Going to the keep. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. Ah. Yeah, that run wasn't too bad. Like it is below and to the right. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now tip, now tip. Hell yeah, brother. Wait, is it up? Oh, it is up. Well, it's up and down? How the hell do I get out there and pick this damn thing up? What in the hell? Why are my... What the hell? Why is my directional thing being all fucky? Like it doesn't know where to... Doesn't know where to tell me to go. Maybe it is down the lift. Or right here. It's got to be down, right? But it's going down farther than I think it is. And I don't think we can get around. Yeah, it's definitely not down here. Because that's all this is just that area. What in the hell? Alright. So it's that direction. Oh, here we go.
Drop somewhere around here.
I see. Says the Deej man.
Another notice. Drops must be completed and all runners to safety before the next predicted flood.
This confirms they have a way to predict things, and some way to stay safe.
Let's stay focused on our runners for now. That's
All right.
all of them.
3 supply drops. Not a lot of answers.
I believe I can help with that.
Really? Let's see.
It was interesting to read the Enclave's take on the Empire. They saw Sansa as a wealthy trading partner and largely ignored all the bits that made them imperial.
You mean all the conquest?
I sure do. You know my family was strongly in support of Carnhaven's independence, right?
I didn't know that. But the way you treat me makes it pretty clear where you stand.
Nice virtue signal.
There's a lot of Imperials who are stuck in the past and can charitably be referred to as ignorant. What happened to your people was a land grab, plain and simple. The Empire wanted the steel.
My mum would like you. Being nobility, I don't know if your family benefited from that conquest, but I really respect that you reject it.
I watched my parents make a decision and take a stand. And they paid for it. Our lands, our wealth, and eventually their lives. But they were right.
That dissent within Sansa is a big part of why we won our independence again.
The few nobles who supported your nation were a spark, and the flame had truly caught by the time we were on the run.
I'm sorry your family had to pay that price.
I'm not.
Virtue signaling. Imperialistic ways bad. Colonizers bad. Shut the fuck up. The Runner's Cipher. Encryption is always a delicate balance between odds of discovery, intensity of encryption, and circumstance of discovery. Our runners, apparently recognizing the odds of discovery were low and having to pass messages out in the field, opted for a reasonably simple rotational cipher. Perhaps it was one they learned as children and repurposed to communicate in a way the Enclave leadership wouldn't find. While the notes use considerable shorthand, taken together, they make it clear that not all is well with the Hearthsiders. Suspicions were running high, and supply acquisition seems to have become steadily more dangerous over time.
Yes, and if the R is with the numbers of false increment that just indicates spaces. Ah!
Got it?
Yes. I'll translate all that we have and we can discuss it with Casmin.
Good. Let's hope the information is useful. But we'll have to be careful it's not a trap. Well, Codebreakers, how are we feeling?
Satisfied. We have enjoyed reasonable success.
That's Lane's way of saying they crushed it.
Oh, did they?
Notes being passed between a brother and sister. Quite candid. And dissatisfied. In particular with their boss, who they refer to as the Grumple.
The Grumpole?
A Renlund myth, where ill-behaved children would be gathered up in a sack and tossed into the river to drown at the end of the year.
Bye.
The Grumpole, yes. Renlund fables prominently feature drowning as a punishment for children. The myth has fallen out of favor in recent decades, though. Ren society is less forgiving of flights of fancy.
The Grumpole. Really?
Really.
Moving swiftly on. What else did the drop say?
Remember that ominous note about tracking individually in specific teams?
From the context provided by our hauler, we now know a significant number of Hearthsiders survived the surge.
But only just surviving. They relied on the runner-hauler teams. But supplies consistently went missing. There is also a sense that the Enclave was getting increasingly dangerous for the Scouts.
The floods, of course.
With supplies running thin, the supply teams were falling under suspicion of stealing.
This pair responded with the entirely reasonable, if exhausting, plan of overperforming.
I've done that job, Lane. Sometimes you just need to prove the ass in charge wrong.
Indeed. They collected a cache of rare items they were planning to turn in when they felt its size and value would erase any suspicion.
Do we know if they turned it in?
No, but we know what it was.
And that's where I come in.
Search for the large cache below the tattered mantle in Lower Denevron.
What's so funny?
Just reorganizing. I found Dom's frayed belt.
When he split trying to cross a ravine, he should have looped the whole rope around his waist instead of tying it to his belt.
Below the tattered mantle. Huh. There. I know I've been down here before. Whee! I am in the right place, yes. Get up there. Oh yeah, we're in the right place.
Everything all right?
Yeah. There's just so much. Oh. And a letter. Encoded like the others.
Can't wait to work it out.
Okay. Going back to the camp again.
So, the letter. I'm prepared for bad news.
How did you know?
It's safer to err on the side of disaster when dealing with the Enclave.
To I've never heard anybody pronounce that word air. You know, like the beginning of the word error. Air. It's safer to err. What the?
That and the tear stains.
Speak English.
Is that what that was? Yes, well, there's a lot to cover. We have the cache itself and our scrounging siblings.
We should at least give you the high-level details on both. Where do you want to start?
What did the final note say?
Yes, right. It was a farewell. One sibling disappeared. The runner.
I thought the runner of the pair was the one we found.
So did we. But this last message was a farewell to his sister. Apparently the Grumpole...
Really?
I know. But apparently their boss had been ordered to stop wasting resources on the search.
And so our hauler left this farewell, hoping his sister might find it, on the off chance she was alive.
He was going to remove all their other messages so their plan wouldn't be found out.
We postulate he was on his way to do that, when...
When the flood caught him.
These people, however many are left, they've really been through it.
They might really need our help.
They're still organized and have a command structure, but it sounds dysfunctional.
I'm not going to say the name, but do we have any sense of who was giving their orders?
The Enclave's leader was called the Eye, a first of firsts, after a fashion. Elected from the masters of each craft, the High Smith, High Enchanter, and so on. Unfortunately, we don't have any details about their direct superior. I will spare you the name.
Is there anything we could do, do you think?
Sadly, no. But their story will live on in our chronicle.
Did we confirm they weren't actually stealing from the Enclave?
The letter seems genuine. I think their plan was to bring in a big haul.
It says a lot about the Hearthsiders that our siblings thought this would clear any suspicion.
How so?
The cloud of suspicion tells us they were in dire times, tightening the screws on their own people.
But bring in a big load and we trust you. Doesn't that sound a little like a bribe?
So you think our runners were dirty?
No. I think the system's dirty, and they're just stuck working through it.
Let's move on to something else.
Of course.
Talk to me about the supplies.
They did astonishing work. If I weren't sure they're both gone, I'd hire them.
Indeed, a robust collection, including several enchanted objects we barely recognize.
They had a keen eye for things that could decay and took care to preserve them.
You two sound giddy.
If there's one thing Lane and I are passionate about, it's preservation of rare objects.
Were there any hints of more of these?
As far as we can tell, this was it. Their motherlode.
It's impressive one runner could gather this much, frankly.
Have you been working your magic, Casmin?
Obviously. Thank you for bringing everything back so carefully.
Anything of note?
Yes, but let's save that until we've done the other questions.
Mysterious. That's enough about the cache.
Sure.
So, where do we go from here?
We're not sure. It's something of a dead end. It is a win. We have restocked a number of very rare supplies. Including enchanting supplies we don't have any immediate use for, but they'll be worth keeping.
For study, if nothing else.
I suppose the only other thing to say is, good job, Bryn.
Indeed. We have made progress in unraveling the shape of what the post-Surge society looks like in the Enclave. Further, these documents are invaluable to the historical record.
And maybe you put a couple souls to rest. Not to be sentimental.
Quest complete. Oh, we can level up our stations to level 4 now. We need 250 supplies. Damn. Oh, we got that. Done and done. I assume level 5 will be max for these guys. So maybe we're like 70% through the game, 65%. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Our supply runners might be why there are so many crates gathered around the city.
Why do they reappear, though?
Dom and I have a theory. The arcs might still be partially functioning.
So, when they're not trying to kill me, they tidy up the place?
Like I said, a theory. But that was a big part of what they were built to do. Bryn helped me replace some of the supplies we lost.
Good to see you two are getting along.
I may have misjudged her. Hey, With supplies, I can set your wing properly now. Got to get you back on expeditions.
Ah, right. Well, let's do that later.
Oh, okay. Don't wait too long.
The half-siders are scavenging their own city. Things must be dire.
I'm worried about them after that particular discovery.
You've a kind heart, Bryn. Though I'll stick to worrying about us, if you don't mind.
They sure don't give him a lot of dialogue in the game. I wonder why.
You know, there's one silver lining to the sad tale of our deceased runners.
What's that?
We know the Hearthsiders still have some advanced production capabilities. The materials they were gathering don't have much use for basic survival. Therefore, weapons, armor, and enchantments.
Any concerns about us claiming them?
None. They've been there long enough. Scavenger etiquette applies. These kinds of materials are too rare to let go to waste.
Can we upgrade further?
If that doesn't keep you safe, I don't know what will.
Well, we could bring our leg armor up to level 3. So that's about it. Ugh, I don't like that color. I think it'll be a little bit better stat-wise, but I don't like the way the color looks.
Shame to lose such prodigious runners. They were really very good.
The Hearthsiders have had it harder than any of us expected.
Worrying. Still, we'll carefully store and catalogue all their finds. Least we can do.
Okay, let's see if we can find a Brennan Glasstail again. I don't think we're gonna find it in here. Oh, it is in here. Holy shit, that's surprising. Okay. So we needed to light the main on fire or whatever, right? Gotta light the main on fire, destroy the ice shards on its body and head, and then it has to be stunned. Sick auto aim, bro. Okay, I don't think we have to break that. Just the horn on the front, maybe? Still have... Keep dodging too early on that. Oh, snap. crap. So it's not lighting on fire. What am I doing wrong here? Are there more spiky things I gotta destroy? I mean, it doesn't look like it. I don't know why his mane won't light on fire. Oh, there it goes. Nice, nice, nice. I gotta get its tail too. Oh, there it is. Get up there, get up there, get up there. All right. Whew. Okay, so we don't have to get the hair on the tail. Nice.
Could always use more frost magic.
Yes, I could always use more frost magic, not you, Dom. You ain't doing shit. Okay. Just need to get one more. I wonder if the ice wall, if it's fully upgraded, I wonder if we could reach across to that island to make a bridge. Because I really don't see how else we would get over there. See if it'll spawn again. Nope. Didn't. Let's try a sledge worm. Need one more of those as well. Nope, this is the Drake. All right. Complete sabotage. I don't know how to complete this. Wait a minute. The steps. Yeah. I ran around all through here at the very beginning of the stream, and I don't know what else I'm supposed to find. I really hope it's not bugged. Neat. Like, it's not... When I hit the thing, it's not telling me where I need to go. I tried actually looking it up earlier, and it wasn't telling me anything. What am I supposed to do? I've been all around this map. I even have all of the, I even have all the blueprints. why are all these walkthroughs that I'm finding are not what I'm doing? I feel like I did the quests in not the order that they wanted me to, and now it's just like jacked up. Wait. This isn't even... I don't understand this. So is the steps... I don't know. This is so weird. Oh. Okay, yeah, the map just freaking confused me, I think. I thought the steps were through this because the... I'm just dumb. That's all. I think I know what I need to do now. Well, other than die. Almost died. Down below?
Odd. That ark's just standing there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No sign of damage, but there's something lodged in the back plate. It's a thingy.
So...
It's a thingy.
I'll take a look later.
All right, now we can go back. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking the steps were the area that we... I totally confused myself, and that's why I had no idea how to progress this. But we're good now. Finally.
I have asked our third friend to join us since he demonstrated such insight with the loom gates.
It was just a lucky guess.
Nonsense. The loom gate works. Enough said.
Gents, the, thingy?
Dom said you found it attached to an ark. One that was shut down.
Mm-hmm. No sign of damage, but this part came off easily.
Safe to assume it wasn't part of the original construction then. The arcs are famously durable.
Bryn, think back. How does it compare to the Ark we found outside the Veil?
Exactly the same. Completely motionless. At least at first.
We should take another look at our newest friend then. Care to do the honors?
Same place? Same place. We have multiple devices. How worried are we?
Mild concern at the moment. Time will tell, though. Lady, gentlemen, I think we can confidently assert conspiracy.
2 devices does start a pattern.
And a pattern that must predate the Surge, since we found a device that was outside the Veil.
True. That gives us a what and a when, but leaves a whom, a how, and a why.
And how many arcs have been affected?
It does follow that if we found 2, there could be more.
I'll keep an eye out for tampered arcs.
Some may have restarted on their own, like the one we followed through the Veil.
They're going to fight back, aren't they?
It does seem to be our luck, yes.
Recover more devices from defeating arcs anywhere around the Enclave. Really? Now I wish I wouldn't have farmed the arcs.
Lane, could I have my ink pot back?
Well, I
I
guess.
borrowed it.
Well, I guess we have to defeat them, huh?
Yes,
Not
of
just
course. Just
harvest them.
find it.
So I guess it didn't really matter. But yay, we get to defeat 3 more arcs. Yay. I totally just now realized that it tells you which epic encounter is at the map. I have not paid attention to this until now. Yeah. Good to know now, though, I guess. I've just been, like, wandering around, going to the maps that they normally spawn on. But, yeah, it totally tells you. Totally tells you. Awesome. Well, I guess we'll go for Ark of the Stricken Earth, because I think that one is a lot easier than the other Ark of the Living Flame. So we'll just kill him 3 times. And actually, maybe I should do the other farms first, since I know where they're going to spawn, or can see where they're going to spawn. Let's do that first. Well, there's no Brennig Glasstail, so we're going to have to do the Sledgeworm. We need 1 more farm of the Sledgeworm and then 1 of the Glasstail. Where's he at? Oh, there he is. God, fucking camera. Holy shit. I love magnetism. Whee! Man, these enemies are so fucking accurate. It's insane. Wowzers. Get there. Get there. All right. What? What the hell? Did I not get it? I was harvesting it and it freaking knocks me off. That's never happened. Stuck on a fucking plant. Come on, man. Crawl faster. Oh my god. You, sir, can fuck off. Holy shit, hi.
Another thingy.
Wait, what? That wasn't... Oh. Oh, I don't have to kill the big arcs. I can kill the... Oh, okay, I'm dumb. Anyway, as I was. But that's good to know. Oh my fucking god, just let me get the fucking thing. Holy fuck. Stop kicking me off. Jesus Christ. Dude, what the fuck? Is it bugged? I've never had it do that, and it's done it twice now. What the fuck is going on? Can I get a heal now? Jesus. This game is so frustrating at times. Okay, it's got to be bugged or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I've never gotten kicked off while harvesting like that. It's done it 3 times in a row now. This is fucking insane. 4 times. It's got to be bugged. This is fucking horse shit. Absolute fucking horseshit.
Hold on.
This is such fucking bullshit. So wait, this is actually the first time I've died? So the times that I've fallen off the map, I don't technically die, so I didn't lose resources then? Huh. Okay, whatever. This is so fucked, though. All I want to do is harvest this damn thing, and it's not letting me. and it's really pissing me off. I've never had it happen. Every other time I've harvested, as soon as you get locked into the animation of harvesting, like you've just done it. And it's kicked me off 4 times now. Wait, it's got its health back, but the thing is still open? What the fuck? Yeah, this is totally bugged. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't think it's going to let me do it. Alright, fuck this. Such fucking bullshit. Thanks for wasting my time, game.
The sledgeworm's no pushover. If you can remove its frills, it won't be able to fling the entire world at you as easily.
I did remove its frills, did I not? Are you serious? There was a frill left? That's what was happening? Why would its locust be exposed if I didn't have all of its frills?
How are you feeling about this whole...
Thought of...
We can't change anyone.
Blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking care. Well, if that's the case, that's really interesting because the locust point is not supposed to be exposed until, like, all the prerequisites are met. So why the hell would it expose just because I got the frill on the tail off? But not all the other frills. Very interesting. I was just under the impression that I had all the frills taken off. And that's why the Locust Point was exposed. These things are so annoying to kill. They just run and run and run and run. What was that, 4 or 5 on those? I guess they don't drop all the time, huh? Chance to drop? Dude, get out of that cloud. Thank you. Shinigami James, what up, dude? How are you doing tonight? I'm doing pretty good. A little frustrated with this fight. But other than that, doing very, very well. Welcome in, actually. I think this is the first time you've ever spoken in my chat. So, welcome. Is it exposed now? Oh, we still got the tip of the tail. There we go. Should be good now, right? No? Okay, so where is there a frill that I have not destroyed yet? And oh my god, I'm gonna die in the fucking... God, this fog is such fucking bullshit. I shouldn't even have bothered doing it when this environmental effect was going on. But we're in it now. And I need heals. This is the fun portion of the fight where I get to just run around the map and look for heals. One. There we go. Hopefully that will suffice. All right, let's try to go find this big bastard again. There he is. So there must be one more frill that I haven't destroyed, and that's why he's kicking me off when I get on to his tail. Oh, back left foot. I see it. Stop turning. God. Out of stamina. Okay. I think we're good now. Thank God.
mantle.
Okay, so we're done farming him. We don't have to do that anymore. Harvest. I keep forgetting that. We don't need to harvest him anymore because we now have him at level 3, or the power that he upgrades to level 3. All right, so let's go back and upgrade that power to level 3. So what made you decide to speak, James? You've been following my channel for quite a while, right? All right. Max level on the Weaver's Grasp that I never use. Glasstail. Where is a Glasstail? The Bastion. Okay, so this will be the last time we have to kill a Glasstail. Or harvest. Excuse me, not kill. James must be gone already, huh? They already knocked that one off. Melt, please. Why is his hair not catching fire? Come on. What the hell is going on? There we go. Am I missing a freaking spike? Where? On the end of his tail? No? That's not it. His chin? I don't remember breaking that one before, but maybe that's a thing? Got no more health. I gotta get out of here. Fuck. Fucking ice is bullshit. Heal, please. Thank you. Fuck off. Fucking alive.
Bryn, Sev and I have been digging into the devices you recovered and...
Where the hell's he going?
found a working theory.
We'll test it against the ones you found.
Get your ass back here. There we go. Jeez. All right. So we got all of our harvesting done for now.
A frost dragon. Happy to weave that into your mantle.
Two birds, one stone. We got our last arc piece too, so that was pretty effective. Let's bounce. So now I'm curious if we can make a bridge far enough now that we have ice wall maxed. How far? Can't use my powers in here. I wish I could see how far we could do it now. I don't even know if, like, it doesn't even tell you what gets upgraded whenever you upgrade your powers. It's just kind of like, hey, it's a 2-star now. Hey, it's a 3-star now. It's like, okay. I mean, obviously it gets more powerful, but like, is that it? Or like with Ice Wall, for instance, can I cast it farther away? It doesn't even say.
What have we found?
That I am a very great fool.
He is not a fool.
I am. Hours trying to unravel the complex enchantments in each of these devices. And Sev here, paragon of clarity, points out a single point of commonality so mundane I had ignored it.
I'm sorry to have to let you in on the secret, Dom, but it's time you learned the truth about the Cabal.
The what?
It's true. People like Sev and I are here on a secret mission to keep you, and specifically you, humble.
It won't work. Many have tried, but enchanting requires the ego to insist the universe bend to our will. What our keen-eyed friend spotted was a singular mark etched into each device.
A maker's sigil. We used them in Taza to lay claim to a craft work. They're certified to each maker. And I've always heard we borrowed that practice from the Enclave.
Meaning this mark could be registered in public records.
The Spire is a logical next stop. Nothing comforts the rich and powerful like bureaucracy.
I know just the place.
Okay. So that leg of the quest is complete at least.
Doing all right, Sev?
So now, search the records in the Spire in Upper Denevron for the owner of a Maker's Sigil. Upper Denevron, the Spire. What an idiot. So I assume they're going to be in here somewhere. This is the Spire after all.
Back in the Spire. Let's see if we can find a registry of Maker's Sigils. This looks like some kind of evacuation plan. Doing their research before enacting asylum, I'd wager.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the distance has increased on the ice wall now that it's maxed. So, yeah, I have no idea how we're supposed to get to that one island.
Tables with assets listed. Looks like a tabulation of supply levels. Coordination of agents and haulers. They remained in the city for years after the surge, according to these dates. Until they enacted asylum, at any rate. Just some birth records. Surprisingly detailed. Invaluable.
We'll have to make sure Lane adds them to our archive later.
Here we go. Sigils. Ah, found it. Our creator is listed here as Lucia de Crassus. 2 registered workshops, both council approved for dangerous materials. She must have had some pull before the surge. One is here in the city, and the other, let's see. I've been there. That frozen town out in Dredge.
I think it's important we run this one down. The water clock is dripping.
Neat. Okay. So we gotta go to Lower Denevron now and Dredger's Mire. Why is it gotta be in ice? spawn. How do I get in here? Right, meow? Meow.
The record said this place was registered to our enchantress of interest, Lucia. It sure doesn't look like a saboteur or smuggler's den. On the workings of Archons by L. de Crassus. Seems promising. Dom?
Certainly topical. Probably not enough to go on by itself, though. Still significant.
All right. Hello. Okay. The Dredger's Mire. Bouldervale. I assume we're going to have to go all the way to the back of Bouldervale as well. Oh, yay. And it has this fog shit. Perfect. Use my cold resist potion there. Move a lot faster. And not take damage. Pretty nice.
That aerolith can influence the weather. Almost certainly why things are frozen over.
Malfunctioning, then.
Indisputably. The ice buildup must be causing a cyclical localized reaction.
Sure. I'll take care of it.
Good idea. Swampy environs and intense cold is bad even for Enclave parchment. Best to lower the risk.
Oh, there's more up top, huh? Why did he jump back? Or she? Why did she jump back? Can that reach? I don't think it's reaching. How about we just do this? Or not. Okay. Got it stuck on a tree branch. I guess we're climbing. Pop my other cold resist potion. How did she get thrown back? Messing me up. There we go. Bouldervale gonna be melted now? That's nice.
There. Already warming up. Hope I didn't damage the priceless artifact too much.
Can't make an omelet, as they say.
Now I'm wishing I did this main story quest before I
A lot of notes here.
came all through here and explored this area when it was still
Let's see.
completely frozen.
Materials. Huh. That's how you visualize pattern. Lots of marginal notes. These have to be from Lucia. Ah. She mentions a flood in the later passages.
Sev and I will look at these together with her book then. See what we can learn in context. As Aurea says, candle is burning on our flood problem.
All right. Going back.
Any luck with the materials we gathered from Lucia's workshops?
Yes. I'll let Sev fill you in.
We started with the book, which was painfully dry and highly theoretical.
Unsurprising. The Enclave was notoriously tight-lipped about the construction of the arcs.
The book was still useful, as it contained a number of craft-specific terms, shorthands and annotations. All critical. Referencing the book clarified the notes.
Without it, they bordered on deranged rant, especially at the end.
Sort of a window into her thinking.
We suspect Lucia spent a long time in isolation while working on these.
She covered many topics, but the most prominent was her work into the Flood.
We know the Hearthsiders spent years working in Denevron after the Surge. Why do we think Lucia ended up so far from the capital?
It's evident she disagreed with the leaders of the Enclave and gathered others around her who agreed. There's talk of several meetings taking place in the Mire, most likely to be away from prying eyes.
Called her group the Verdant Minds. Very planty.
I like it. It's poetic.
Her workshop was a little brisk, even for my tastes. Any idea why?
She was fascinated with Enclave technology, specifically the dismantling, disruption, and repurposing of it.
Remember our talk about the aeroliths and how they could influence the weather? When the effect is accidentally concentrated, it can be quite intense. We suspect she was experimenting with the aerolith in relation to the floods. She predicted their start.
How do those devices I found with her mark on them tie into all of this?
In her final notes, her obsession shifted from the Enclave's leadership to the miasma flood. She was determined to find a way to stop it. On one hand, she looked to the aeroliths as a mitigation. Could they repel the miasma?
In the end, her answer was no. And so she turned to disruption. We think the arcs were tests. Could she shut them down?
And if so, could she shut down something larger?
She was clearly successful at least once. Maybe twice if we count the one outside the Veil.
Indeed, and when we're doing more general questions, that is what we must talk about.
Who exactly was Lucia? It seems like she had a lot going on.
Brilliant, but disturbed. She harbored a severe hatred of Enclave leadership, bordering on obsession.
Reams of fiercely colorful text, just to say some very rude things. Especially about the Eye, their leader.
She was also, at one point, one of the most respected enchanters in the Enclave. She worked on something she refused to name, but was clearly of deep significance to the Enclave itself. Called it the source of all our problems.
Sadly, she only danced around that subject, and never offered details.
All intriguing information. But we should focus on the Flood. Does she have an answer for us?
Partially. This is the design.
Her research led her to one conclusion. To stop the floods. She needed to disrupt a barrier of some sort.
This confirms our theory from earlier. She's talking about the barrier established by Asylum.
Her design is detailed and specific. The device it would create inverts the flow of magic in enchanted objects, disrupting them for a time.
We think the devices we found on the Arks were prototypes, small experiments to determine efficacy and duration.
So what's the catch? If the floods are still happening, clearly she didn't build one.
Lucia's thimble, as she calls it, requires some highly specialized components. It has to withstand considerable magical flow, far more than what's produced by an arc.
It's like how mass scales exponentially. Just because you can build a scale model of an aqueduct doesn't mean the real thing can support its own weight.
Thankfully, that supply cache you found has the necessary materials to handle that kind of magical flow.
Solar can pick up where Lucia left off then.
Exactly. The other thing we'll need is a source of magical flame. Solar's mantle won't be enough by itself.
I can handle that part easily. Okay, so we have clear next steps. Just one more thing. What happened to Lucia?
The flood. Our best guess, at any rate. There's no sign of her.
All right. Let's go over everything we know so far.
We know that, for a time after the surge, civilians continued to live in Tenebron until they were forced to evacuate the city. We're still not sure the cause.
Wherever the Hearthsiders went, they're still actively sending scouting groups to scavenge for supplies. From the uniform, the creeper who was watching Bryn sleep belongs to one of these groups.
We also know that a defensive procedure codenamed Asylum sealed access to the Enclave underground. This was done using a barrier almost exactly like the Veil.
Lucia, an ex-High Enchantress, opposed Asylum and began working on ways to sabotage it.
Her research forecasted that the barrier would cause the Enclave to flood with miasma. The very same flood that seems to have killed Lucia before she was able to finish her thimble.
But we have her design. It could disrupt Asylum's barrier.
So Lucia's thimble is the key to our survival.
It's less a key and more like a magical battering ram.
Whatever works.
What is it, Lane?
It's just... I've pored over all the documents we've compiled, and a concrete link between the evacuation plan and the underground is nowhere to be found. I can't shake the feeling we're missing something.
Lane, if it turns out the underground is filled with 5-headed lizards spitting poison instead of Hearthsiders, I'll be fine. Skies, that might even be more fun.
We have different definitions of fun.
Being a weaver isn't about being certain all the time. It's about taking calculated risks to carve a path forward. And regardless of the Hearthsiders' location, disrupting the barrier is the only option to stop the flood.
You're right. I just hope that if we did miss something, it doesn't come back to bite us.
Even if it does, we will handle it.
That settles it. Bryn, it's time to use the thimble.
Okay.
I am going to be poring through Lucia's notes for years.
Fascinating stuff.
Perhaps not to everyone, but she was a brilliant enchanter. It's not often I read a marginal comment accompanied with a lewd doodle and go, "Flames, that's brilliant."
Flame is a pretty brilliant guy. There's been a lot of reference to Flame. He just hasn't been around to hear it.
I keep thinking about how angry those notes were.
Lucia's.
Yes, the tone was acidic, and she clearly felt she'd been betrayed, not in the general sense. It was personal. I just wish she'd been more clear about by whom.
Lucia's Thimble, a custom-designed and somewhat volatile enchanted device for disabling the asylum barrier. Oh, good thing we have 2 refined serenite ready to go.
Thank you for your help with that, Bryn. You've a deft hand for flame magic. You can wear Sev's apprentice hat for one day. Also, Lucia knew what she was doing. This thimble was clearly designed to pair seamlessly with Enclave constructions.
Must be her experience as a high enchantress at work.
Based on Lucia's notes and what we discovered at the Bastion, this was custom designed to disrupt Asylum's barrier.
If it can stop the flood, we need to use it soon.
Agreed. We don't know how much time we have left.
Use Lucia's Thimble to remove the barrier in Archon's Heart. Okay, so new area incoming. We do have... Okay, we got all of the blueprints. Except for that one that's out on that island. I have no idea how to get to. The Luminous.
That console that looks like our scry should be the controls for the barrier. The thimble was built to interface with it.
Time to disrupt Asylum.
Well, we fucked up. Yeah, we done fucked up real bad.
Great timing. I owe you one.
You need to come with me. All of you.
Okay. Where to, my guy? Acidin's Hold.
We mustn't cause a panic.
Who's the waifu? No, I'm not talking about the bird person.
Sure. It's not like we had a dire supplies shortage on our hands before this happened.
What do I tell the High Enchanter? The Guild will want...
Her name is the Spindle.
Enough. We won't discuss this further.
Hey, it's the
Not
eye.
in front of our guests. Identify yourselves.
Aurea Harpene, or Silverbeak, as I'm known among Weaver circles. This is my band, and beside me is our acting point.
Bryn. And you are?
Khan Stunild, Eye of the Enclave. My colleagues are the Spindle and the Axle, representatives of the Enchanting and Crafting Guilds. Who sent you?
Sent us?
Taza? Renland? Udea? The Enclave is the envy of the Maida for its magical prowess. Clearly one of those nations has finally grown a spine and decided to take it for themselves in our moment of weakness.
Moment.
No one sent us. We came here by accident.
What kind of fool do you take me for? You expect me to believe that you bypassed our veil, infiltrated our loom gates, and breached asylum without a national power backing you?
When you put it that way.
This is a misunderstanding. We're Weavers, like you. There was a brief opportunity to enter the Enclave for the first time in decades, and we took it. Everything we've done since we arrived has been to uncover what happened here after the Surge. And to find you.
If that is true, have you really no inkling of the trouble you've caused?
No.
Your reckless conduct has unleashed an enemy that nearly destroyed us 27 years ago.
The Surgeborn. They first appeared a little over a decade after the Veil went up.
Where did they come from?
No one knows. But they arrived in the Underworks before making their way to the surface.
Where they left a trail of destruction in their wake and wreaked havoc on the Enclave.
Causing casualties to rise.
And so I called for a retreat here, saving countless lives. We sealed the Surgeborn in the Underworks for good. Until now.
Obviously, it was not our intention for this to happen, but it did. And for that, we're sincerely sorry.
Agreed. This was all an unfortunate mistake.
A lot of good your apologies are doing us now.
Look, Surgeborn or not, we had no choice but to remove the barrier. Though, I suppose we owe you thanks for warning us about the floods.
Who warned you?
You did.
Did we? I'll deal with you later.
While we can agree Arakin breached no-contact protocol, it has proven to be the right decision. The floods were growing worse, and now they have stopped. Even if fixing them has introduced a new problem.
One my band would be more than happy to help you solve.
Ha! Work together!
Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned your last name earlier. Any relation to Shireen Harpene?
She was my mother. You know who she is?
Of course! I mean, before my time, obviously. But she's still renowned in the Enchanting Guild. Her work is remarkable. There's a statue of her in Denevron, you know?
Oh. I can't believe she didn't mention that.
There is so much I'd love to ask you, but for now, Aurea comes from a long bloodline of outstanding and renowned weavers. Shouldn't that buy her band some grace?
All right. Your presence in the outskirts will be tolerated. Nothing more.
What about the Surgeborn?
What about them?
Shouldn't we work together to deal with them?
We could use the help.
The Surgeborn are a problem for anyone in the outskirts, not us. Cassidan's Hold is a fortress.
The scouts do head into the outskirts to scavenge for supplies.
We'll take our own precautions. Speaking of, we have pressing matters to attend to.
But...
Enough! My word is final.
Bryn, the one that led us here is clearly the one that warned us. Try to talk to him before we leave. Maybe he's willing to work with us.
Will do.
Okay, well. This got interesting. Seems we have some new friends. Lots of lore. No one wants to talk except him. Wait, where's... Oh.
He nearly caught me last night. I need to be more careful.
Hey, Arakim, was it?
Oh, just call me Arik.
Well, Arik, I never got a chance to thank you. You know, for grabbing me before I fell to my death.
I think you had it. Besides, I couldn't let you plummet into a chasm. The Eye is pretty peeved with me, but hey, that's just a bonus.
So you're not upset that I breached Asylum, like your colleagues?
I've been pushing to do something about the Surgeborn for years now. Setting them free wasn't great, but sealing them in the underworks indefinitely was never a good solution. Frankly, I think Khan Stanild is just annoyed you undid his one claim to fame. I guarantee he has no plans to do anything about the Surgeborn now that they're free.
You don't think he sees them as a threat?
He's got his head in the sand about a lot of things.
You and the Eye don't seem to get along very well.
What gave it away? The mutual contempt? The Eye doesn't like anyone who shows initiative or challenges him. Unfortunately, those are my main qualities. And I suspect he perceives them in you, too.
Yeah, I didn't get the impression he's my biggest fan. Will you be in trouble for saving us?
I'd worry if he ever decided to get off his throne and do something about it. But he finds that throne very comfortable.
So, are you glad we're here?
I'm thrilled you're here.
I have to say, I'm surprised.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for all that cloak and dagger stuff earlier. Khan Stanild had me on strict orders not to make contact with your Weaver band. But it was the right call. From what I just saw, your presence here is having an impact.
How so?
Notice how the Axle took my side against the Eye earlier. That never happens. And the Spindle is as quiet as a mouse most of the time, but not today.
Uh-huh. So these are big changes.
It might not sound like much, but they're excited you're here. Stanild can tell too. That's why he backed down so easily. And that's why I'm glad you're here.
You seem awfully trusting of us, considering the terrible first impression we've made.
I was spying on you the first time we met, so let's call it even.
Sure. Maybe you know everything already then, but have you got any questions for me?
Just one. Why are you here?
Growing up, I saw the Enclave as a symbol of what Weavers lost after the Surge. After all, we have no home to return to, and we're pariahs in most nations. But the longer I'm in here, the more I realize how much your people have lost too, and still stand to lose. I'm here to help, however I can.
That is exactly what I was hoping you'd say. If that's truly what you want, then dealing with the Surgeborn is the first step. Ever since the Veil went up, our people have been in crisis. They've spent so long in it, they're afraid to do what it takes to get out. It doesn't help that some have benefited off that same crisis.
Who?
Who always benefits? The very top. Our leaders are too preoccupied with their own concerns to form a unified front against the Surgeborn.
Such as?
The Spindle is obsessed with getting the Arcs functional again. She believes that will help us regain control. And the Axle is too stressed about our supply shortage right now. But, if their concerns were handled, they could pressure the Eye to finally address the Surgeborn.
That sounds like an opportunity. And are you a representative yourself? Do you have sway?
Representative, yes. Sway? No. I represent the Scouts, meaning I'm at the meetings, but I don't have the title to back me up. The Scouts were once points like you, but our role has changed since the Veil went up. We were effectively drafted into scavenging for food and supplies. It made sense following the Surge, but it's been years. Recently, we've even been separated from Cassidon's hold and the remaining civilians. Anyway, it's the guild leaders who will need to pressure Khan Stanild into dealing with the Surgeborn. That's where my people need your help the most. Then we can start fixing the deeper issues we face.
Sounds like I've got some palms to grease.
Yuck. But yes. I'll come by your camp later. We'll be able to speak more freely there.
What is that about?
The Eye isn't one for idle chit-chat. That's worth watching.
Talk to you back at our camp.
You got it.
Sev, you all right?
No. I mean, yes. I'm fine.
You sure?
Rin, the rest of us are heading out. See you back at camp.
I got to go.
So, how far away is our camp from this place? I guess it doesn't really matter with the loom gates, but out of curiosity. Seems pretty far.
Need I remind you that your access to Cassidon's hold is restricted?
Oh. I didn't mean to intrude.
You would do well to mind yourself, newcomer. Or risk losing the privilege of coming to Cassidon's hold entirely. So, you.
Me?
The one causing trouble. The one poking into corners. The one who hasn't the good sense to leave well enough alone.
Had you allowed Arakim to reach out to us sooner, this could have been avoided.
Arakim has a proven record of poor judgment on matters of protocol. I will not be lectured by the person who put us all at risk on how best to handle our security. But I suppose you did apologize for your unfortunate mistake. Let us start afresh, shall we? Please, share what you hope to accomplish by loitering around the hold.
Weavers outside the Veil have been hoping the Enclave would be a bastion of lost arts, and it's clear that's not the case. Still, there is history and expertise to be found here. Even if it takes our band ages to piece it together, it's worth restoring.
I shudder to think we have disappointed the cart pullers out there selling our collective skills like mercenaries. Perhaps they could write us a sternly worded letter. Still, your point is well made. Much was lost in the surge, and very little has been recovered. Though I look forward to seeing what knowledge outsiders can recover that the Enclave's leading enchanters cannot.
Like it or not, I'm here to help.
The Enclave stands on a blade's edge. Stretch our resources too thin on risky ventures, and we face collapse. Certain elements of our population call for action, for bold purpose. And I ask you, what purpose is bolder than survival?
Well...
Purely rhetorical. We must survive, and we must make considered, careful moves if we are to do so. There is no sacrifice too great towards that goal. You, at least, understand the precarity of our situation. Now understand the necessity of our caution.
I do, but...
Thank you for your time. You may go.
But...
You may go.
Before Asylum, all the loom gates were reset so that the Surgeborn couldn't use them to continue spreading. How did you reconnect to the city?
We tracked down a key swatch to Denevron. Found it in the mayor's home in Poldervale.
Your band is quite resourceful.
We have a few tricks up our sleeves. I'd love to offer to share them, but our welcome wasn't the warmest. Maybe, in time, we can build some trust.
That is tempting. But the Eye wouldn't be pleased if he caught me speaking to your band any more than I have to. No offense, but I should really get back to work.
All this wreckage scattered throughout the room. Why haven't you guys cleaned it up?
Khan Stanild ordered us not to.
And that's because he... wants to keep it messy?
Correct. Speaking frankly, my impression is that he wanted any visitors to feel as if we were still in a major state of crisis. Though visitors are few and far between. Upper government officials only, all of whom are working from offices with roofs. We are the lucky few over here, it seems. What a privilege it is to work in a building that is open to the weather. I understand the motivation of wanting to wait until we'd found everyone a place to live, but we achieved that 20 years ago. Thousands of survivors rehomed. And yet, I still have to step over puddles to get to my desk.
Damn that evil white man leading this group. Damn him straight to Hades. Hey, they're back.
Excuse me, but Arakim mentioned you're the Spindle, a leading representative for the High Arcanists.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
We wanted to formally introduce ourselves. I'm Aurea, as you know. This is Dam, our enchanter, and Bryn, our acting point.
We didn't catch your name earlier. Khan?
Just call me Isla. Is there something I can help you with?
We'd actually like to help you. Apparently you want to restore the Arks.
Shh! Not so loud. Sorry, that sounds wonderful, but the Eye won't be happy about us collaborating.
Come on. You must know better than anyone how integral the Arks are to the Enclave. Why let the Eye's political games stand in the way?
I do know that, I mean, and I don't. I do want to fix the Arks, more than anything. I just need you to be quiet about it.
Okay. We'll try, but forgive us if our excitement bubbles over and we forget.
It's Dom. He's the one that might forget.
We know that the Arks began malfunctioning after the Surge. A select few were even sabotaged. Any idea on what caused the other malfunctions?
Some theories, but nothing solid. Anyone who knew how to create Arks, let alone fix them, died before I was born. I've tinkered with an inactive Ark that's lying near the Grand Gate, but it would make a world of difference if I could study a resonance that was freshly harvested from a great Ark's pattern.
Consider it done.
Bryn's got you covered. She has a knack for harvesting great Archons.
You'll have it in no time.
If you're sure, I certainly would appreciate it. With discretion, of course.
Right.
We've been talking a while. You'd better go.
High attunement grants visibility on which great creature or archon is at the location. Search for a great arc. Check the Loom Gate menu before leaving on an expedition. I just found that out like 2 hours ago. Been playing the game for 3 days now, and I just realized that that was a thing 2 hours ago. And now the game is reminding me.
I am simply telling you, as the foremost leader of the Enclave, that I don't want you getting distracted.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
You know exactly what I mean. Eyes down, know your place. Focus on your own problems. Organize your little craftspeople. Keep the wheels of civilized society greased. And don't dare to presume you know better than me.
If you have a problem with my performance, you are welcome to gather feedback from the people who elected me. They may have a clearer understanding of what I bring to the table.
We'll continue this conversation later.
Khan Artme, allow me to formally introduce you to Bryn, the Weaver Band's point.
You're the Axel, right? Arakim says you're a good person to know.
I am. My given name is Haroon, as Arakim said, but you may refer to me as Khan Artme. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, despite the circumstances. And I wish they were better circumstances. The new Surgeborn threat requires us to realign our priorities. Some are a little slower on that than others.
If there's anything we can do to move things along, I'm at your disposal.
What about the supply shortage? I've seen her in combat. She's better than any of us.
What's her help look like? I'd prefer if she could avoid unleashing another apocalypse on us.
Unleashing the Surgeborn wasn't our best moment. What can I do to make your life easier?
Beyond asking the Enchanting Guild to develop time travel magic so you can go back and not do that, there's a silver lining to this Surgeborn situation that we're suddenly in a position to take advantage of.
Count me in.
Right. With the Surgeborn unleashed, we're anticipating casualties and damage to our facilities. However, there's a restricted area in the underworks that we lost access to decades ago when the Eye sealed it. The Institute. An arcane laboratory where the Enclave conducted its enchantment research, among other projects. Inside the Institute lies a significant supply cache. Its contents will be enough to keep us going, for the time being. If the notes the previous Axel left me are accurate, though, there's an additional complication.
Of course.
The Surgeborn secure territory by building structures akin to insect hives. The Institute is likely overrun with them, and has been for 20-odd years.
So, the Surgeborn are a long-standing threat to the Enclave.
I wish I were old enough to remember what it was like to live without the fear of the Surgeborn. As a child, I sat awake every night worrying about them. They were terrifying. Knowing what I know now, I should have been even more scared.
I'm sorry you went through that. It must have been horrible.
Thank you.
All the more reason to actually do something about the problem, instead of spending our lives cowering behind the walls of our glorious fortress.
You'll hear no disagreement from me, now that the game board has been upended.
Sounds like I need to clear any Surgeborn hives from the Institute, then.
That'll thin them out enough that my scouts will be able to access the supply cache without much trouble.
Now that Asylum is lifted, we should be able to access the loom gates in the Institute again. I'm going to trust you with this key swatch. It's been gathering dust for over 25 years.
Only the Eye would let such a crucial resource sit there for that long.
Yes. If we're clear on everything, I'll get back to work. My list of obligations grows by the minute. Someone has to keep this goddamn fortress running.
GD, huh? Wow. First cuss word of the game. Okay. Go consult with Sola. Wait, she wants to talk more?
What's your history here? Have you been the Axel for a long time?
Why do you care?
I'm not questioning your experience. I'm just trying to get to know you a little better.
Right. Well, my history... let's see. I was elected to this seat 8 years ago. I've done a good enough job to be re-elected.
So, what does an Axel do all day?
It varies. Some of my predecessors have been very hands-on, as befits a representative of the physical trades. That's not my strong suit, though, so I end up with my beak buried in paperwork. Maintaining supply lines, as it turns out, is considered extremely helpful.
What made you decide to run for leadership?
My predecessor was incompetent and took bribes. The guild members tolerated it for a time, but eventually enough was enough. The Eye never seemed to have a problem with it, though.
Do you think he's taking bribes?
You really aren't afraid of asking dangerous questions, are you? I personally haven't seen any evidence of his corruption. He believes in his own judgment too much to accept a bribe. It's easier to bribe the lower-level guild members anyway.
Isn't that a bad thing?
The wheels of society must needs be greased. If they do any more than skim a little off the top, I'll come down hard on them. And that's why I've managed to keep my job. Well, part of why, anyway.
How's your working relationship with the Eye? Is he your superior?
He would like to think so. His seat casts the final vote when the council cannot make a decision.
But his seat has more power than that.
Khan Stanield wields power beyond the traditional bounds of the Eye's seat, yes. But he is our savior, so surely he must know better than any of us. Which is to say, he is technically the highest-ranked official in the Enclave. But he hasn't faced an election in decades. In contrast, I have, let's call it, popular support.
That all makes sense? Thanks for taking a moment to talk.
Nobody else needs to talk now. Guess I can leave. The Institute, the heart of innovation known as the Institute, is now accessible via the Loom Gate. Okay, I think we're just going to go back and talk to what's-her-face and then call it a stream. Oh, we got a lot of people to talk to here, it seems.
The Hearthsiders look more traumatized than a beast of burden after a hurricane.
What? Why would you say that?
I would think someone who grew up in the wake of war would recognize the signs. Disorganized and unable to triage their own problems. They're overwhelmed. Suspicious of us despite our clear good intentions, suggesting paranoia. And while their leader is in deep denial of the very real crisis the Enclave is in, the others accept it. They've been stewing in turmoil for so long, it's become their new normal. And it's probably more comfortable for them than the prospect of change.
You're right. They do remind me of some veterans back in Carnhaven.
Saw it 1,000 times over while working in Udea. Aurea may not want to hear it, but these people are completely lost in their crisis.
What makes you say that?
Aurea has a case of hero worship when it comes to the Enclave. She can be blinded by it sometimes.
Huh.
It's not to say great things didn't happen here. But at the end of the day, the Hearthsiders aren't gods. They're fallible. Just like us.
Still can't upgrade the stations.
Bryn, I'm glad you're here. I need to talk to you.
What's going on? You look pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just... about those 90 Drake scales. I know Aurea said we don't need them, but... she just doesn't understand. It's dangerous out here, you know? Especially now that these Surgeborn are loose. We need to be prepared for anything. It's just gnawing in the back of my head. Do you think you could do it?
So she was talking about the other group being lost in their crisis or whatever. Okay, well, is she just projecting? Because this is the second time she's like gone off the deep end.
I'm guessing Aurea doesn't know you want me to go drake hunting. Do you really think it's a good idea for us to go behind her back?
It looks bad, but she just doesn't see what I'm seeing.
To be honest, I'm not sure I see it either.
Please, just trust me.
Need some medication here, girl.
Seriously, when's the last time you slept?
Kashar don't need as much sleep as Ashar or Casil.
But you need some sleep.
It's been a while, maybe 10 days, or a week. I'm fine.
7 to 10 days without sleep? Damn.
You haven't told me why we need them, or better yet, why we need 90.
We want the best gear and weapons, don't we?
So Sola asked for these?
Not exactly. They have other uses too.
Kaz, you need to tell me what's really going on here. I want to help, but the Drake scales? The Weaver Band is okay. More than okay. We're in the best shape we've been in since we entered the Enclave, now that we've made contact with the Heartsiders. Besides, the caravan is looking pretty full. It's not making sense.
You think I'm insane?
No, of course not.
Era's breath. I shouldn't have brought this up. Ugh. But you just don't understand. Everyone could die if I don't... It would be my fault.
Whatever this is, please just tell me what's going on.
No. I shouldn't have burdened you. Sorry, just go.
But Kaz...
I can't talk about this anymore.
Casmin is not okay. And I don't think bringing her more stuff is the answer. I'd better talk to Aurea. Kaz, you know you can talk to us about what's going on, right?
Nothing's going on. I'm fine, I promise.
Yeah, okay.
You don't seem fine, though.
It's just... No one seems to understand how important the Ashpeak Drake skills are, and... Bad things are going to happen if we don't... You know what? I just can't talk about this right now. I'm sorry.
What a psycho. She needs to be medicated.
So, Aurea, what do you make of the Enclave Council?
Their living history. What they've seen, what knowledge they must have preserved. All this time, they've been here, holding down the fort. It's great you've offered to help the Axle and the Spindle. Just be careful you're not going over the eye's head.
Someone needs to help his people, and frankly, it doesn't seem like it's going to be him.
Try to have some understanding of all he's been through. He's led the Enclave during a crisis. The rules change. He knows more about the Surge, the Enclave, and arguably even magic. Because while we've been outcasts, he's been here, at the heart of our culture. It's something we need to respect.
I'll try.
Good.
Hey, you all right?
Yes. There's something I should have told you, so I'll just come out and say it. I was born in the Enclave.
How is that possible?
Oh, luck or tragedy, depending on your perspective. Before I was born, my mother and father lived here happily for several years. But they decided it would be better if my mother raised me with my grandmother and great-aunts for the first few months of my life. So she left with me when I was just a hatchling, with every intention to return.
But the surge happened.
The life I should have had was lost for good. Because of all this, I never knew my father. I don't even know his name.
Isn't it a little strange your mother never told you his name?
She was separated from him so suddenly. She had no chance to say goodbye. My mother is a strong woman, but whenever I asked about him as a child, she could only manage a few words before her face would crumble. She found it too painful to discuss, and I never wanted to pry.
But now?
I can't help but wish I knew who he was.
What up, Flame? How are you doing this evening, bud?
Is it common for Oberon hatchlings to be raised apart from their fathers?
No, but it is common for extended family to be involved in the raising of children. As you know, I come from a long line of weavers, many of whom traveled in caravans their entire lives. It was apparently quite a shock when my mother fell for a Hearthsider.
So your parents were looking for a compromise when it came to raising you?
Exactly. And I wouldn't trade my childhood on the road. My great-aunts and my grandmother made me who I am, after all.
Still, you missed out on your father. It's natural to wonder about him.
I suppose.
I'm doing well. I was just about to head to bed when I saw that you were still live. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're just wrapping up a lot of these conversations and picking up some new side quests and stuff to work on for tomorrow.
Does your family have something to do with your attachment to the Enclave?
Being here has meant a lot in some ways, and in others, it's very different from what I expected. Meeting the Hearthsiders was a lifelong dream, but the circumstances of our encounter, not what I'd envisioned.
Knowing now that this is your birthplace, I can see why that would be disheartening.
This was meant to be my home, after all.
This is definitely a twist. I feel like you could have told me sooner.
I am sorry for that. You need to be able to trust me.
So why hide it?
Talking about difficult and private matters is not my strong suit. And frankly, I rarely see the point in dwelling on the past.
I guess you and your mother have that in common.
You might be right.
I'm working on a Last of Us print, and I'm going to post the moth in your Discord, as well as the first time I tried it. Alrighty then. I will certainly check that out.
So, we're going to find out who your father was.
You would help me?
Of course. Maybe Lane would have some ideas on where to start.
Actually, I had an idea myself. The spindle mentioned a statue of my mother. It's clear the Enclave commemorated their champions. I can't shake this feeling my father is among them.
You think there's a statue of your father?
I know it sounds strange, but the handful of times that my mother spoke of him, she described him as this great hero. Since she was one herself, is it so crazy to think she might have meant that literally?
Maybe not. I can scope out the statues in Upper Denevron for a resemblance, if that's what you want.
Good. And thank you.
First try was hella bad. Well, hopefully your second try won't be, bud.
Aurea, I'm curious. Why the sudden interest in finding out more about your father?
He was trapped in the Enclave my entire life. This is the first chance I actually have to find out who he was.
Right. But I guess what I mean is, you really never tried to find out more from your mother.
I always had this sense that it wasn't something she could discuss. There was a heaviness in the air when his name came up. She was in love with him. And then she lost him in this cataclysmic event that no one could have predicted.
That must have been unimaginably painful.
Yes. She wasn't a tragic figure, though. She carried it well. You'd never know she was in pain. And truthfully, I had such a good life with my mother and my grandmother. It wasn't like I felt he was missing.
Until now.
Until we arrived here, yes. Something about this place just makes it clear how much I've lost because of the surge.
Being here makes me wonder, if the surge hadn't happened, would I have been forced to leave home to become a weaver?
Most certainly not. You would have been a valued member of society, not an outcast. Did you have a good relationship with your mother?
All right, Flame. Good night, dude. Check you later.
I probably take more after my dad than my mum, that's for sure. But I love her all the same.
She gave you a good life then?
Oh, the best. It was hard to leave it behind.
My mother and I had our ups and downs throughout my life, too. As daughters get older, we understand our mothers better.
Any chance our mothers understand us better with age, too?
She'll come around to the weaving, if that's what you're worried about. She loves you, after all.
She does. I know that much. Hey, Aurea. About Casmin.
I know. I'm worried too. So is the rest of the band. Let's talk at the archive, privately. I'll join you and Lane in a moment.
All right.
That wasn't exactly the warmest welcome. I'm guessing the Enclave Council isn't your biggest fan right now.
Not a great first impression, but I can bring them around.
Even the Eye. He seemed pretty peeved.
Hey, if I can help his people, he won't have any reason to hate me.
Whatever the Council thinks of you, I'm glad you're trying to help them. I think they could really use it.
Yeah, they don't seem to be in great shape.
Nothing our daring point can't fix.
And then, Sev and I realized we might be able to repurpose the carapace for more than just loom gates.
Uh-huh.
Purely theoretical right now, but I'm contemplating tangle-resistant gear, or even a protective layer around the caravan.
Dom, I'm a little busy trying to look over these Tarmakine schematics again. Do you mind coming back later?
Oh, okay. You're right. We can discuss theoretical magic anytime. I'll leave you to your work.
Oh. Hey, Bryn.
Everything all right? Things between you and Dom seem off lately.
Yeah, a bit. I'm not sure he understands what my work on the Tarmakine smithing techniques means to me.
Have you told him how you're feeling?
It feels like he's so wrapped up in his own discoveries that he's not hearing me.
He is easily distracted, but maybe you should try again. If there's one thing I know about Dom, it's that he loves you. He must care about your feelings.
Then why isn't he asking about them? Sorry, this isn't on you. I'm just frustrated. I need to do more than just tell him what Tarmakind means to me.
How so?
I need to show him. By investigating Tarmakind practices, maybe I can make some headway on restoring these techniques. Then he'll understand.
Hey, I'm always down to investigate lost knowledge, especially in the name of love.
You'll help me?
Of course.
Amazing. I'll ask the Axel if she knows anything about Tarmakind smithing in the Enclave.
Great idea. I'll meet you at Cassidon's Hold. So, what were you speaking to the Eye about?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
I didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
You want to know if I'm okay?
Yes?
Then how come no one is at all concerned with the fact we can't leave? This isn't my life. Traveling with the Weaver Band was supposed to be temporary. For me, at least. There are things I should get back to in Taza. And it's increasingly clear no one has any idea when I will. If ever. So no, I'm not okay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were feeling this way. You're right.
I am?
The truth is, we don't know how or when we're getting out of here. But if you want to leave, we should have made that more of a priority. Or at least made you feel more heard. So we'll work on it. Promise.
Really? What's the catch?
No catch. Apprentice or full-time weaver, what's important to you is important to all of us.
I don't know what to say. But thanks.
Yeah, we're all special little snowflakes that deserve happiness.
It might sound callous, but I'm a little disappointed in the Hearthsiders.
They're in worse shape than any of us expected.
They've done so little to repair the wonders that surround them. How can a society once renowned for its genius become so far removed from their own innovations? It makes me question if they were ever as great as we all believe they were, or if it was just
some myth to keep weavers going after the surge.
Exactly. Something for us to believe in, whether or not it was true.
I've honestly been having the same thoughts myself. What we've seen here, it's not exactly living up to the stories my father told me each night.
Not just bedtime stories, but books, academic papers, first-hand accounts. It's all being thrown into question. I'm just not sure what to think anymore.
Making yourself at home?
Yes. I've always wanted my own ruined fountain. I don't want to presume, but being here is a nice break from all the politics.
And the Eye is okay with that?
I convinced him I would be keeping an eye on you. Frankly, I think he's just glad to be rid of me. I ask the kind of questions that make him uncomfortable. You know, tough ones like, how? And why exactly?
Lucky for you, Aria loves when people ask those questions. Welcome to the camp, Eric. We're glad to have you, and your insight on the Hearthsiders.
You still call us that?
Yeah, but it's more bitter these days. Surge and all. Maybe together we can fix that.
Let's.
How are you settling in, Eric? Things going well?
Good. Yeah, they're fine.
Just good?
No, not really. Something's going on at the hold, and it's making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The Eye publicly scorched you for opening up Asylum, and yet I've heard him telling the Spindle that this could be a good thing. Meanwhile, the runners are stretched paper thin keeping supplies moving. Which, of course, leaves my people no time to deal with actual threats.
I'm sure your scouts are doing good work. But we can't leave problems unsolved. So, point me at the problem and let's see if we can't make it go away.
Really? Dancing winds, where to start? No, wait, I know. The Spitfires. A particularly aggressive group seems set on spreading through Denevron. In particular, they're building nests in some areas I was hoping to use as training grounds, but we had to pull out due to the risk.
Would the areas be safe if I took care of the nests?
Yes, though the nests are very durable. They will turn brittle if you get them cold enough.
Consider it done. Anything else?
Maybe an odd request. Could you ask Oria if I could power the scry while you're tackling them?
Why not ask her yourself?
I feel like I have a lot to learn from Oria and how she works with you. And it's strangely intimidating to admit that to her directly.
She is a force of nature. I get it. I'll ask.
Thanks again for offering to talk to Oria for me. It's genuinely exciting to learn from someone new for once. Our community's pretty insular.
You're welcome. I haven't done it yet, though.
When's the last time?
Bryn, I have to say, I'm a little concerned about you.
Oh, you're concerned about me? I could say the same about you.
Me? Why's that?
I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into with the Enclave Council. You're not just helping them, you're diving headfirst into their political affairs.
Lane, if I can fight an Archon 10 times my size, I can handle a little bureaucracy.
That's exactly my point. I was raised in the midst of political schemes and intrigue. There's always something unsaid or underhanded at play beneath the surface. Just be careful. That's all.
You won't find Oria's father running amid statues, you know. What do you mean?
You know what's most likely to get in the way of tracking down one's lineage? Family. A scholar wants to trace a family line to find connections between key historical figures? No problem. A living relative wants to find their great-grandfather using some oh-so-precious family heirloom? What a headache.
Why?
A scholar is objective. They have no emotional attachment to the family line, no sense of self wrapped up in the results of their study.
And you're saying Oria does?
I'm saying she needs to expand her search beyond Weaver heroes. She's not searching for family there, she's seeking identity. And without objectivity, her search will turn up nothing.
We aren't all defined by who our family is. Oria is just exploring her past. Who says it has to be some big reflection on her sense of self?
It doesn't have to be. But I've done a lot of ancestry for people that come from families as successful as Oria's. If she isn't assigning some greater meaning to all this, she'll be the first I've encountered.
I'll keep that in mind.
Food for thought, at least.
One of the greatest tragedies of the Surge is the loss of stories. The Enclave might not be that old, but with so many dead to the Surgeborn, their memories most certainly died with them.
I can understand that. Oh? My parents' generation tend to stay quiet around the fire. Whatever stories Khanhanders had were beaten out of us by public lashings and prison camps. And we haven't had time since independence to start telling new ones.
Ah, yes. Bryn of Carnhaven. I almost forgot.
Wait, like what Dom called me? You were listening?
I always am. Habit born of a Udean upbringing, I suppose. But, yes. I suppose the similarities are there, aren't they? A population whittled down by catastrophe. Stories lost. Did you ever have the urge to press a little harder? To try and learn just one or two stories? Even if it was painful for the person telling them?
I would have liked to. It was hard, though. I learned more about our folklore through silence than through words. I was born after the fighting ended, but we still hadn't fully rebuilt by the time I left home. I found a couple of skeletons, as a kid, out on the steppe. People who'd died fighting the war, exposed by the wind and the rain. There's a story behind those bones that will never be told.
I can only imagine how hard it must be to adapt to the new normal of no longer being under an empire's yoke. Even more so when you fought so hard to gain that independence. If we ever travel back to Carnhaven, I'll try and record some stories, with your help, if you'd like. Sorry, is that too presumptuous of me?
No, of course not. You never know where the Weaver life might take us.
It's a date, then.
No, it's not. Don't say that ever again. Cassidon's Hold. Formerly acting as the Enclave's northernmost military outpost, Cassidon's Hold now hosts the remnants of the population and their government. At first glance, one might not suspect this windswept citadel to be the last bastion of the Enclave. But with a quick analysis revealing easily defensible approaches and enough arable land to feed its small population, it is clear why it was chosen. At the heart of the hold is the Chamber of Ira, a former legal library repurposed as the Enclave's seat of power. It is in this room that the Enclave's elected leaders hold office, and where we found ourselves being lectured by the aforementioned leaders after undoing their asylum project. Time shall tell whether forgiveness is on the cards for us. In the meantime, I do find myself wondering why they have left the ceiling open to the sky all these years. The Eyes University. The Enclave leveraged its considerable wealth and influence to become a premier destination in many ways. But the Eyes University was one notable weak point, falling far behind most of the rest of the Meta's institutions in prestige. From research on contemporary sources, it is clear that the university was strapped for funding. Several accounts mention fiscal resources being redirected in favor of bringing new specialists into the Guild of Enchanters. We are also in possession of several petitions to move the university properly into Denevron, all denied, citing concerns over available space and rowdy students spoiling the peace. While the Eyes University allowed study in a reasonable breadth of subjects, it clearly suffered from a lack of interest, pride, and funding. For comparison, the Collegium of Varentia, even after Udea's crisis, would put the Enclaves to shame. And to set aside my personal biases, I would make similar claims of the Academia Rolef in Taza, Sansa's Scholara Imperium, or even the High Seminary of Renland in Doncaster. though the latter's approved fields of study are obviously more limited than others.
It's safe to say Casmin hasn't been acting like herself. She's always been tightly wound, but this is something else.
Bryn, she seems more open with you than most. Can you describe in detail what's abnormal about her behavior?
She's begging me for more supplies, even though the caravan is chock full.
Not that we could tell, because she's covered it up.
More than that, she just seems distressed. She's always talking about worst-case scenarios, and lately it's like she's convinced we're all going to die.
I have heard rumors of abnormal behavior developing in Kashar that could be linked to this.
What kind of rumors?
In polytheistic beliefs that are pervasive in the southern part of the Maida, there is an affliction known as Ira's Plague. The sufferer is haunted by twisted visions of death and pain. The goddess of justice, Ira, won't allow the sufferer inner peace until they repent through scrupulosity.
I didn't realize Casmin was spiritual. Is she really trying to hide these visions from us?
Though not devout herself, Casmin grew up with a strict Ashar mother.
You're right, she did.
It's possible Casmin's affliction was a point of shame or contention between them. Perhaps she fears rejection if she shares her experience with us.
Are you seriously suggesting Casmin is... what? Possessed?
Of course not. I'm confident that this is merely a stigmatized phenomenon that could not be explained through facts or science. So the populace explained it through religious folly instead.
Any ideas what facts could explain it?
Not yet.
Kashar, what does Ira's plague have to do with them?
While most see Kashar as a celebrated merging of the two cultures, some fringe sects disagree. They believe the wider lineage simply leads to more ancestral sin that must be atoned. And thus, only Kashar can be afflicted.
Really? Where do you land?
The concept of impure lineage is clearly hogwash. But I suspect the affliction could somehow correlate to the Kashar's unique physiology.
Scrupulosity? What is that exactly?
Oh, my apologies. I forget most people don't follow Judean eschatological study. Scrupulosity can be best described as a series of repetitive acts that one is compelled to do. For example, if Casmin is plagued by relentless images of our band dying from exposure,
she might send our point out over and over again to retrieve supplies.
Yes, in order to dispel the horrific visions.
All right. Casmin is suffering. We need to do something about it.
And preemptively? No exorcisms?
As I said, this is likely nothing more than a condition that has been stigmatized by religion. A scientific explanation must exist, and thankfully, we are in the heart of progressive thinking.
You think the Enclave could have done research?
You could say that again.
Makes sense. Where should I start looking?
The steps in the upper city is where I'd start. Between the main building of the spire and the atrium used to stand a school for alchemists. From your explorations, the surge hit that area pretty hard, but some of the building may still be standing.
Great. What am I looking for?
Maybe the name of someone who suffered like Casmin, or a healer who treated the condition. If you find someone like that, you'll want to search the areas of the city where they spent time. Ira's plague is wildly misunderstood across the Maida. If we could find a treatment, it could help more than Casmin.
You're right. I'll start with the steps, then expand my search. Hi, Aurea. I am here on behalf of Arakim.
That's weirdly formal. Everything all right?
He finds you intimidating. Personally, I don't see it, but I thought I'd be extra polite for his sake.
He does. Good. What does he want?
He's wondering if he could power the scry while I run an errand for him. He's hoping you'll give him tips.
Happily. But feel free to tell him I was a bit scary, to keep him on his toes.
Good news. You're going to study with Aurea. Well, there's no reason she wouldn't teach you. Aurea believes in preserving and sharing everything we learn. Times are hard outside the Vale.
Oh, well, that makes complete sense. I've coordinated lots of operations from Cassidon's Hold, but I never had much formal training. More self-taught. A chance to learn from someone with decades of experience is an incredible opportunity. I'll be there with you then, when you get close to the nests. They're in the Bastion's Yard and Envoy's Landing in Upper Denevron.
Okay, is that finally the end of... That was a little over an hour of dialogue and conversation. So I guess we'll just end it there, and got a lot of companion quests and stuff to do tomorrow. So, bye-bye.